And friends, welcome to the Maison Française. It's a real pleasure to have this today's conference today organized here at the Maison. So again, a very warm welcome to the Maison. So first, I would like to thank the organizers for all the work done for getting this event ready here today. It's a pleasure, Bernadette, to have you back here in Oxford.
Thank you.
I want to thank very much the Fondation Michel Institut de France for the essential support they brought to this event. So Sophie Bancard will join us later on, but well, we are very grateful of all the support we got from them. I'm also very happy to have this event here today because of the very important contribution it brings to the activity of the Maison in history and philosophy of science. You might know that what John Christine here and with the members of our History of Science, Medicine and Technology Committee, we are doing very constructive work to bring together people in Oxford and in France to contribute to the conversation in history and philosophy of science. And so the event today is really in the line of the efforts we are putting in this direction. So I'm very grateful and very glad we can have this event today. So the objective of the symposium is very ambitious. Indeed, studying the conversations between these two so important intellectuals and thinkers that were Michel and Bruno Latour during the last 40 years is really a challenge, but it makes all the interest of the discussions we will have and you will have here today. And so finally, I want to present my apologies because of several different duties, I will be able only to attend the first and the beginning of the conference, but really, I wish you a very fruitful conference and today's conversation. Thank you so much for your presence.
Yep. Okay, so in turn, I want to thank you, all of you, for being with us, including the people online. We already have a dozen of them. And I will just say a few words why Serre and Latour and how they met. They probably first met in San Diego, which is the best place to meet when you are in Paris, of course, in 1977. But they really started to exchange views when Latour entered the Centre de Sociologie de l'Innovation at the Paris School of Mines in 1982. So according to Michel, who was the head of this center, the research center, Latour came to the center with two concepts in his luggage: inscription that he took from Jacques Derrida, and actant that he took from semiologist Julien Grémas. And with Calon, he worked on the concept of translation that came to be central, of course, in science in action and in the actor network theory, as you all know. So how is it that in the 1980s, he came to develop close intellectual conversation with Serre, who was then a professor of history of science at the Sorbonne? How did they really enter in exchange? Latour not only attended Serre's lectures every Saturday morning in the Amphi aux Vaches at the Sorbonne, which was attended by 100 people, but he and Michel used to have regular lunch meetings with Serre in the Quartier Latin, where they used to discuss all kinds of ideas. In addition, from 1986 to 1989, Latour actively participated in the group of scholars who wrote and prepared the volume Éléments d'histoire des sciences, edited by Michel Serre in 1989, which has been later translated into English. For about 2 years, I was part of this group, we had monthly meetings in Paris, And we spent 2 enjoyable weeks of seminar of intense discussions at the Fondation des Treilles in the south of France. We really made a research group at that time. And Latour thus became one of the best interpreters of Serre's works in the 1980s, as testified by his chapter, The Enlightenment Without the Critic, that he wrote for a collective volume on French philosophy. And however, the volume Éclaircissement, published in 1992 and translated as Conversation, and the discrepancy between the 2 titles is a hint of something happened. And a disagreement. It revealed that Latour didn't want to be just an interpreter or a follower of Serre. While he was already recognized as a leading figure in the STS movement, he had a philosophical project, an ambitious philosophical project in mind. For I don't believe that Latour did his coming out in philosophy in 2010 as he pretended. He was already, I think that he was already a philosopher in the 1980s. And he worked, as Michel argued, he rather worked as a faked sociologist in order to practice philosophie de terrain, a field philosophy. So Serre and Latour really shared a philosophical conviction that they wanted to explode all the dualism that have reigned supreme since Descartes and Kant. Latour, nevertheless, did never closely collaborate with Serre as he did with Michel. After 10 years of close intercourse, they rather followed 2 parallel and creative pathways that we are going, at least that we aim to compare in this conference. And I hope that something will come out from this comparison. So thank you. Now the floor is yours, Henriette.
I'm going to.
You have to talk.
Yes, thank you very much all for being here. A warm welcome to you all. I'm seconding the thanks of pronounced by Pascal to the whole team here who helped us organize this. So I will just add a few practical housekeeping remarks. We'll have breaks after 2 hours after this session. So at between 4 and 4:30, and then we will pick up from 6:30. From 4:30 to 6:30 again, which will be followed by a drink here, and all are welcome. And tomorrow again, we start at 9:30, I think, early on. That's the plan. And yes, we'll be together until 3 in the afternoon. So yes, I very much look forward to hearing you all, and I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
So now, Christine.
Shall we? Are we going to start now?
Yeah, we start the first session now. You want to come here? You should maybe. So please use this microphone.
Oh, yeah, but
And then.
are we going to swap place?
We're hopeless at this. We've
Yeah.
only been doing it 15
I
years.
know, I know. I was just thinking of this. At least it's not nerve-wracking. All going to be fun. All going to be fun. Okay, so is the microphone, is it working?
Yeah, this one works for you.
So can people hear me? I can't hear myself magnified. Okay, so unless I'm told otherwise, I thought that we'd do this first session of 3 papers, having each person speak and then a little discussion, because otherwise, if you wait till the end, only one paper tends to get discussed. So is that okay? Okay, good. Right. So it's It's lovely to introduce Stephen Connor, who I don't think I've met before, although we have a lot of history in common via Wadham College, and Terry Eagleton. Stephen has taught at Birkbeck, London, and the University of Cambridge, and he's currently Director of Research of the Digital Futures Institute in King's College, London. He's author of more than 20 books. Modestly, he cited 2 of them to me: Dream Work, Why All Work is Imaginary, and Styles of Seriousness, and a forthcoming book on Gaston Bachelard, A Writing Life. But I did look him up to see what the other 17 were, and they were immensely varied and impressive. So I think we're going to be in for a treat.
I do have a list if you want to read it.
Would you like me to read it? Yeah, I'll read it out.
No.
Okay, and Stephen has changed his title to what? Oh, anti-schismatic. Anti-schismatic. Yeah, you'll tell us what that
Okay,
means. Yeah.
I will. It will emerge. You may perhaps want to pass the.
Yeah, is this the one we're using for both?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yes.
Right. there.
And what is this jolly primary?
This is
That's
for
about
to play football.
So, Michael,
It's a
Can we have some
microphone
water?
we will be using for Q&A.
that we can.
Oh, I
circulate.
see.
We
Right.
circulate
Oh,
it for
that's
the.
heavy.
I know. But when I picked it up, the word "ewer" came into my mind. It's not a word I use very much. So
Very
I am
few,
actually
yeah.
quite grateful for the little prompt there.
Yeah.
And I'm reminded whenever I see this very clever device, the owl, when they first arrived on the scene during the days of lockdown, when we depended on such things, I was told there was this magical thing that would know who was speaking and would look at whoever, and so it does.
Does it?
Yes, it does. It tunes into whoever is speaking, and in my mind, it would also have little wheels like a Dalek, and would trundle over to whoever wanted to speak and look beseechingly up at it. Unfortunately, that has never happened. I think they've missed a trick, the makers of the owl. Hello. It's very good to see you, and it's very good not to see myself, because I'm aware that I am mise en abîme, and there are lots and lots of further iterations behind me. So I'm glad I don't have to watch that. I'm not sure if our viewers online are seeing us in this way. Anyway, it's nice not to be flung into the abyss, at least not in that sense. I want to talk about friendliness and unfriendliness as a mode of thinking and knowing. And I want to introduce onto the scene, perhaps you might think in rather an unfriendly way at the beginning of a conversation about a duo, Michel and Bruno Latour, a third element, a triangulating element of Gaston Bachelard, Serre's supervisor, whose name is evoked at various points in the conversation to do various kinds of work. And having spent quite a long time writing a short life of Gaston,
in the library.
I don't think this has been, one has appeared in English, though there are a number in French. I remain somewhat mystified about the relationship of Bachelard to Serre. I started reading Bachelard because of Serre, like a lot of people in the English-speaking world. And so it took me actually quite a long time to read Bachelard's writing on science, which is much less familiar to English-speaking audiences for interesting reasons. Anyway, so this is about that triangulated relationship. And it's also about what it means to be against things, what it means to be against things. Some years before the conversations recorded in Éclaircissements, Conversations, Bruno Latour had characterized Serre's work in terms of its resistance, if that's not too bristling and obstinate a term, its disinclination, perhaps rather better, to critique. And in the course of this essay, Latour makes a slightly odd observation. Serre, he says, slowly realized that the sciences were not a way to limit violence, but to fuel it. He decided to hear and to feel this terrible earth-shaking tremor traveling from Hiroshima, the only date in history that he takes as a real turning point. The earth has been shaking ever since. His rupture with epistemology, with Bachelard, with Angoulême, with the critique project, comes from this realization. All these eminent gentlemen are deaf to the noise made by the atom bomb. Now, the oddity, which I don't for a second imagine was lost on Latour, given what the burden of this essay, lies in his use of the phrase rupture with epistemology, especially given the nature of the epistemology in question, which is that principally of Bachelard, in which precisely rupture is of the essence. So how do you make an epistemological break with the epistemology of the break? What does it mean to interrupt rupture? The conversations between Latour and Serre converge repeatedly on their divergence from the fractious and factitious intoxication of critique and the agonistics that critique allegedly enacts. And I think we can give this convergence the name of Gaston Bachelard. I've been hugely educated by, and also grateful for the opportunity to say so, by Massimiliano Simons's subtle searching readings of Serre's relationship and non-relationship to the scientific epistemology of his time, and especially to Bachelard. And I don't here aspire even to mimic, let alone to match them. My interest here, as it has been for some time, is less in epistemology than what I'm going incorrigibly, I'm afraid, to keep on calling epistemopathy, a term I employed in my book, The Madness of Knowledge, a term for the feeling or the phantasmatics of knowing. Epistemopathy concerns not what we know about what we know, but what we feel about what we know, what we want to know, what we want to come to know. And my aim here is accordingly to characterize the dramaturgy of the conversations with Latour, rather than to explicate and adjudicate their content. In their conversations, I think philosophy is a matter and a manner of wanting, in a way that I hope to intimate is actually powerfully Bachelardian. There are two kinds of antagonism in the work of Bachelard, from both of which Serre takes his distance, but mostly from the first. The first we can call doctrinal. It concerns with the case that Bachelard has to make, and he makes it incessantly from beginning to end, from 1933 through to 1962 of his work. The second is formal. The first is identifiable as the content of Bachelard's arguments about the nature of scientific rationality. Put very briefly, for Bachelard, scientific rationality is an aggressive negation of ordinary apprehensions and experience, a kind of cauterization of the things that we intuitively or spontaneously seem to know about the world. The second kind of antagonism is the breach within Bachelard's work that Bachelard allowed with puzzling, I think, with puzzling serenity to persist between his two modes of writing, in the philosophy of science and the philosophy of imagination. Serre recoils from this breach in Bachelard, which is indeed hard to account for and at times can even seem pathological. I'm going to be welcoming to the people who've just come in because I've always assumed that, like football matches and trains, conferences can't start before the advertised time, but we have, so you're not late. So welcome. We are early, for which I apologize. But I'm still warming up, you can probably tell. So you really have missed nothing at all. Sarah recoils from this breach in Bachelard, the fact that there is this split in the two kinds of writing that Bachelard does, which he never really seriously gets round to trying to bridge. According to Sarah, this is from the conversations with Latour, Bachelard consummated the rupture, that word again, that we've talked about between science and the humanities, perceiving on one side a spirit of burning the midnight oil and working, and on the other, a material imagination that sleeps, dreams, and ponders. This is a traditional, still, this is a traditional and definitive way to bury the humanities in the sleep of reason, to submerge them, to identify them as lightweight, to burn them. It's an ethical, even moralistic way of distinguishing nocturnal laziness on one side and lucid activity on the other. Well, Sarah's quite right, I think, to point to the moralism at times of Bachelard's outlook, although nocturnal laziness is a strangely moralistic way of referring to what Bachelard tended to call the philosophy of repose, which he took extremely seriously, and to which, in the opening words of his early book, The Dialectic of Duration, he declared his allegiance. Partly in reaction to Bachelard, or to the Bachelard, in inverted commas, that Serre and Latour assume for working purposes in their conversations. Serre's work, I think, despite the fact that it prides itself on its intellectual suppleness and agility and mobility, hardens into a series of surprisingly inflexible postures, centered on what must be regarded as a vast, if understandable, overestimation of the militancy of intellectual life. One can assuredly make out in Bachelard a similar fixation on what he, Bachelard, calls the coefficient of adversity. Nice phrase that Bachelard only uses once in his book Water and Dreams, but Jean-Paul Sartre thought well enough of this phrase to use it more than 20 times in Being and Nothingness. But I think we can see in Serre an equal and opposite opposition to this principle of the coefficient of adversity. Both Serre and Bachelard, as a result, effect, albeit in different ways, an overestimation of agonistics or adversity. Bachelard asserting the uses of adversity, Serre recoiling from them in the libido of the solitary, which he asserts against the libido of the solidary. One of the most telling symptoms of this, even in fact a kind of blazoning of it, is Serre's dislike of footnotes and references. More than dislike, disdain. There are good reasons why one might share Serre's dislike of the footnote, especially when it's employed for the purposes of exhibitionism, unctuousness, or vacuous angularity. But there is also such a thing, is there not, as an ethics of reference, which is based upon the acknowledgement of the existence of others who might have had things to say about what you are saying, of which you might be willing for others to take account. I hope that this doesn't need laboring. Referencing can curdle and stifle one's writing, to be sure, but the effort to represent one's thought as self-begotten can itself become, if not imperial, then imperious. Serre sees referencing as armor, the strutting display of invulnerability, and hopes that, by contrast, unfenced by references, He can address himself directly to his reader without the pretense that he is speaking in the name of the law. But this kind of unqualified utterance can also seem to lay down its own kind of law, with no interest, apparently, in dialogue. Footnotes need not, I think, be a mode of terror, and can sometimes even help to mark or constitute a truce. The strongest thing to say about footnotes is also the mildest, that they constitute politeness. Now, I admire and I openly acknowledge on every occasion that I get the opportunity to, my admiration for Serres' writing, which is full of many, many kinds of distinctiveness. But it would have to be acknowledged that Serres' writing and Serres' philosophical arguments are often much less original than they aim or claim to be. Of nothing is this more true, I think, than the doctrine of the necessary contract with nature, for which he has become most approved and celebrated in our time, and perhaps for that very reason. I don't think we can therefore easily credit his claim that the retreat into the solitary wilderness is the necessary condition of the principle of invention, which Serres represents as the opposite of intellectual antagonism. Serres represents this kind of hermit-like solitude in terms of a retreat from the violence of polemic. It's an attractive enough idea, though not one that I think can be maintained in good faith as the kind of adversarial principle that we're about to hear Serres does. So here he is, again, I'm quoting from the Conversations. You, Bruno Latour, seem to think that no idea exists or blooms except in opposition to another or to others. This harks back to our previous discussion on debate. An idea opposed to another is always the same idea, albeit affected by the negative sign. The more you oppose one another, the more you remain in the same framework of thought. New ideas come from the desert, from hermits, from solitary beings, from those who live in retreat and are not plunged in the sound and fury of repetitive discussion. Is this true? I'm not sure. But even so, it doesn't imply that solitude must, or does it? Does it imply that solitude must itself derive from the framework it opposes, to the extent precisely that it opposes that framework, as opposed to simply to diverging from it? These two alternatives of polemic on the one hand and invention on the other, so sharply bifurcated in Serres' work, even one might say at times dogmatically bifurcated, are very far from exhausting the possibilities. And their polarization is a strange survival of a kind of schematics and schismatics in Serres' thinking and writing. Now, the question of the agonistics of knowledge runs through the conversation between Serres and Latour, such that the nature of the conversation itself becomes part of the topic of debate at odd little moments. They refer to the very thing they're doing, and Serres rather winningly says, it's not so bad, this debating thing, is it? At one point, Latour comes close to articulating the charge that Serres' rejection of what he claims to be the spirit of aggression in academic life, that Serres' rejection may itself be unwarrantedly aggressive. What's hardest for me to understand, says Latour, perhaps because I belong to the Anglo-Saxon world, is your, whatever that is, is your relationship to discussion. You never see it as anything but a dispute. For you, the intellectual milieu is always one of warfare with each and all. Serres also, Latour also goes on a couple of pages later to tease Serres about his grandiose fantasies of persecution, hinting that this may be a characteristic effect of the sociology of knowledge in France. I think probably in the Anglo-Saxon world, that fabulous region as well. I see this completely social trait, says Latour, from the outside, and I don't much believe in it. All the great French intellectuals claim to be persecuted. Isn't this a French trait? Each one of them claims that the other has the positions of power and that he alone is engaged in mortal combat against universal opposition. So the Bachelard that Serre and Latour together, they are as one together in this through their conversations. The Bachelard that they criticize is the historian epistemologist of science. Though he also, as we've heard, does criticize the extraordinary separation that Bachelard makes between scientific rationalism and imagination or poetry. Serre has hardly a word to say about Bachelard's work in the latter area, which it seems to me comes much closer to anticipating elements of Serre's writing than Bachelard as a scientific epistemologist. It's hard to resist the suspicion that Serre would actually find it much more difficult to mark his difference from this Bachelard, given the generosity with which much of his writing carries Bachelard's explorations forward. So perhaps the most singular irony in Serre's hostility to the notion of the hostile Bachelardian doctrine of the break is that it depends on a fixated view of Bachelard, or an amputated view of Bachelard, which doesn't sufficiently appreciate the brokenness of Bachelard's own body of work. So the way of making Bachelard conveniently coherent sets aside his own incoherence. Maybe the most striking convergence between Serre and Bachelard, which is both biographical but also powerfully thematic in both of their bodies of writing, is their own shared relation to hostility and desire to what might be called the epistemic metropolis. In Bachelard's terms, this is designated much more explicitly as the city of science, though Serre too will often speak very disdainfully of city dwellers. Serre shares with Bachelard not only a rural upbringing, but also a certain romance of the rural. At the heart of the work of both of them, I think there is a resentment of this epistemic metropolis, source of both scorn and yearning. Bachelard's work became the expression of a rhythm that he himself called striving on the one hand and repose on the other, which increasingly became not merely the subject of Bachelard's attention in his writing, but a way of dramatizing his own fraught relations to the ideas of thought and knowledge themselves. Increasingly, as you read through Bachelard's very extensive work, one begins to be able to take Bachelard's arguments as allegories of themselves, of their own method and process, meditations on the force of their own formation and maintaining, which are driven by the effort to understand and to live out the reality of the work of thought as it is being undertaken. In a rather magnificent aside, very characteristic of Bachelard's writing, in his little book on l'outrement, Bachelard asks suddenly, why did God make life when he could have made thought directly? Much of his work seems to me to be a meditation on this, and you might say much of the work of Michel Serre as well. The paradoxical adherence to the principle of negation that Bachelard would later call the philosophy of no may be read as an enactment of Bachelard's ambivalence towards the attainment of intellectual autonomy in knowledge. Unlike this conference, Bachelard was pedagogically a very late starter. He didn't go to university. He spent some time working in the post office, the French post office, then spent 4 years in combat in the First World War, and only on returning to teach in his own college, the college where he'd been a student in Bensaude, did he begin the work, or did he return to academic life, and not until 1930 did he attain an academic position in the University of Dijon. So he's the late starter, and writing, as he says, under the sign of the tardif, makes its mark on everything that he writes about reasoning, thinking, and knowledge. Such that his philosophy of no constantly seems to seek a vengeful mastery over the very knowledge that seems to offer him mastery, and that in the end, of course, put him in the position of the maître in his position in the Sorbonne. And in Michel Serres too, we have an outsider to the city of science, meaning both Paris and also Agen, the Garonne, who can never quite rest easy within the very institutions of knowledge that he struggles to enter. This fraught relation to what we can call the phantasmatics of knowledge is on display in Bachelard and in Serres in 2 areas that I'll just say a couple of things about very briefly before drawing to a close. The first of them is pedagogy. And the second, I suppose you can think of it as the pseudo-pedagogy represented by psychoanalysis. I have to have to my hand the brilliant thoughts that occurred to me on the train up here, that are not on my page, which I'll come to in a second. So Bachelard began his professional life as a teacher. He actually married a school teacher and wrote in a letter at the end of his life that he would have liked to have spent all of his life in a schoolhouse. And as I've said, spent a decade painfully educating himself while teaching physics and chemistry in the school where he'd been a pupil, running alongside his devotion to knowledge and fierce struggle to prove himself in the realm of institutional knowledge. Bachelard maintains from the beginning to the end of his life a strangely intense and unabating contempt for any knowledge that is merely inherited or transmitted, and a deep antagonism to the pedagogy of this kind of transmission, to a teaching that is itself, as he put it, untutored. It's as if every kind of knowledge that were not self-born or born from a refusal of what has been inherited from the past were a snare and a delusion. So the forming of knowledge was always for Bachelard a deforming in which one must continuously discharge whatever one has merely assimilated. And what results from this is a simultaneously exorbitant veneration of knowledge and its powers, and a hostile rejection of the forms of knowledge that constitute impurity and impediment. Brilliant interpolations about to come. For Serres too, pedagogy is a continuing preoccupation. The getting of the kind of wisdom towards which Serres aspires requires a pedagogy which refuses or goes beyond the assertive and acquisitive will to power of the official forms of knowledge sedimented in what he calls the organized game of teaching, of masters and pupils, of research labs and patrons of journals and publications. Like Bachelard, Serres alternates between bitter resentment at being shut out of institutional knowledge. It's very extraordinary to read this, still so burningly alive in 1992 in these conversations, and the sense that he gives of having gone far beyond it. Like Bachelard, Serres has the compensatory belligerence of the autodidact, who both despises and magically over-idealizes the omnipotence of self-gained knowledge. In the course of the last section of their conversation, Serre evokes the conditions of what he calls wisdom, which may be glossed as something like responsible knowledge, or power that attempts to learn power over itself. The vision that Serre opens up here in these later parts of the conversations will, I think, mature in the sequence of books that begins with Omniscience, 2002, I think, actually. It's a vision that astonishingly reads like the prospects of a second synthetic nature culture, which are opened up in the three books of scientific epistemology that Bachelard produced on the rebound from his alchemical sequence on the elemental imagination. Here's Serre: science and technology make us responsible for the generations to come, for their numbers and their health, as well as the real conditions that we will leave them, this or that kind of world, depending on our decisions and our acts. Successful scientific practice objectifies wisdom. There's a very, very similar and similarly, I think, inordinate kind of claim of the powers of scientific knowledge to remake nature itself in Bachelard. And it's one of the many involuntary rehabilitations of the Bachelard, the rejection of whom leads Serre to this point, this quotation about, as he puts it, the new principle of natura sive homines, nature or nature as human. But this is the Bachelard not of striving against nature, but the Bachelard of universal synthesis, or as Massimiliano Simons has so elegantly shown, it's the Bachelard of his idea of phenomenotechnics rather than that of epistemological rupture. By saying no to Bachelard's philosophy of no, Serre finds himself having to say yes to Bachelard's own form of demurral from himself. So, last few paragraphs. Psychoanalysis is a much more tangential presence in Michel Serre's work than in Bachelard's, but in both of them, psychoanalysis is what one might call a touchy subject. In his essay, his early essay, somewhat tortured denunciation of Bachelard, called Reformation, in English translation, Reformation and the Seven Sins, Serre is really quite right and very astute to observe that despite the fact that Bachelard constantly talks about the need for science to perform a kind of psychoanalysis of itself, there's really scarcely a word about what other people understand, let alone Freud understands, by psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis for Bachelard at this point is really just the moral engine of Bachelard's chastisement of the seductions of the body. Bachelard's determination to represent psychoanalysis as a means of alchemical purgation is in fact an instance of just the aggressive and avaricious will to knowledge that psychoanalysis might profitably take as its object, and very occasionally has done. But this is not the end of the psychoanalytic story for Bachelard, who came to realize, principally through his encounter with Ludwig Binswanger from the late 1930s onwards, and with the work of Jean-Paul Sartre and existential psychoanalysis, that there was another kind of psychoanalysis, not a psychoanalysis of aggressive self-division, but of self-formation, of a kind of world-making. This kind of psychoanalysis is not so much a means of driving out the alchemy of dream as a willingness, in Jung's terms, Jung, I forget who was quoted much more regularly in Bachelard's work than Freud, in Jung's term, a willingness to dream the dream onward. Serre has very little to do with psychoanalysis beyond a couple of passing and inconclusive references in his work, And it seems likely that he would have included it in the dogmatic kinds of intellectual tradition that he sometimes himself rather dogmatically resists. And yet there is much in Serre's writing that seems intuitively hospitable to at least some strains of psychoanalysis. It's not humanly possible for anyone to be receptive to all of the strains of psychoanalysis, but not least the psychoanalysis of knowledge, of which psychoanalysis itself seems so suggestive without often being able to be fully articulate. Serre, in particular, returns to the psychoanalytic term libido, though he'd probably prefer to see it as a classical term rather than a psychoanalytic term, in the principle that he repeatedly asserts that the libido of belonging, libido d'appartenance, is the source of all evil. It's an astonishingly absolute claim to make. I mean, it's made slightly less absolute when you think about it carefully. He doesn't say that the only thing that comes from belonging or solidarity or togetherness is evil, but he does say that all the evil there is does come from it, and he says it over and over again. Bachelard, though similarly hostile to various forms of institutional belonging, especially institutional academic belonging, is more attuned than Serre, I think, to the opposite condition of what might be called the libido of dissensus and apartness. So I think that Bachelard is the, alluding here to T.S. Eliot's Wasteland, is the Eumaean third who walks always beside Latour and Serre, a kind of spectral third presence. Science, the question of science is at issue in the chiasmatic counter-transference à trois played out between Bachelard, Serre, and Latour, but science is less its object, I think, in the conversations than its occasioning cause. And if what I've been giving you is not itself a psychoanalytic reading, psychobiographical reading, it's equally not a philosophical reading either, since I'm unpersuaded that what Serre finds his way to writing, in part through his intimate enmity with Bachelard, is really philosophy or wholly philosophy at all. But the drama of thought staged by and between Bachelard and Serre gives us ways of wondering whether any truly interesting philosophy could ever be wholly philosophical.
Ah, well, thank you so much, Steve, for a wonderful clear paper. Yeah, after a difficult title, all became clear. And I think it's excellent as well that we've begun with a bit of a critique of Serre and his possibly unintended dogmatism, with his refusal of footnotes and so on, and his insistence on his own intellectual autonomy. Something that you said which resonated very much with me, because of taking an interest recently in the French agrégation, was how the hierarchic nature of French academia and institutions does divide people into feeling they're inside or feeling they're outside, and creates real divisions, which, as I think you said, Latour pointed out, we haven't really got in the same way in British academia, because we haven't got this overriding exam that you absolutely have to pass. Right, so, and it was lovely hearing all those references to one of our next speakers' contributions to this. So we'll move on now. I think we can do about 10 minutes of questions. We mustn't take up too much time because of the next, and although we started early, we haven't stopped early. We're now, you've had a bit of extra time.
I've gobbled up all the
You've
extra
gobbled
time.
up all the extra time,
I'm
yes.
making jokes about
Yeah,
being early.
that's fine. Yeah, good. So we've got a few minutes, 10 minutes for questions or comments or criticism or defenses of Serre. There you are, Massimiliano.
Maybe just as a small thing, thank you, Stephen, for
Please.
Oh, yeah,
Oh, yes.
Do we have to, I'm not
You
going
have
to
to
throw
throw
it.
it.
I think we,
Oh,
okay.
pass it, let's pass it.
right, so it'd be like
You have to get.
Sarah and the rugby match. yes?
Okay, okay,
Yes,
sorry.
Literal.
All right, thank you, Stephen, for that lovely talk. What struck me mostly in what you were saying was precisely that indeed Serre hardly ever says anything about poetics, right, or Bachelard. I mean, he does. I always then have to think of, there is one footnote in the second Hermes book, I think, which was also part of the dissertation, where he refers to these other books by Bachelard in a very positive way, basically saying, in this new scientific spirit that Serre is describing, it actually comes closer to these poetics books. But that's all he says, and it's in a footnote, and he doesn't, well, and in a footnote, maybe that's even characteristic there.
I'm
And
glad I'm right about that. I felt it slightly risky to me,
no,
but I couldn't find it.
yeah, I think it's definitely, and I mean, again, given that that is the kind of the second dissertation, then also that of Serre with Canguilhem, I'm also thinking about someone like Canguilhem that you briefly mentioned as well, who's a kind of a fourth in a certain sense, right? But in the sense that he also hardly, as far as I know, refers to that side of Bachelard. So it's a kind of a, often it's really not so much about Bachelard, but what kind of picture of Bachelard do we want to continue
Yes.
and how do we see ourselves? And Serre was a bit torn as a kind of, in a certain sense, a pawn almost, if I put it very uncharitably, of Canguilhem in, you have to be the next Bachelard, but the Bachelard of the sciences, not of the poetics. So there's a kind of a lack of attention in that, which is indeed quite the opposite in the Anglophone world. So, yeah.
That's the kind of question I like.
You say yes. No.
I knew I was right. Thank you, Mark. It's interesting, yes.
Do you wanna, do I dare to throw it?
Oh, you can try. Try.
We are very good.
Up to the wind.
Yeah, so, yeah, thank you for raising from the start the issue of Serre's alleged solitude or persecution. You know, I think that you are right, and it's good to start from this, questioning this claim. And I fully agree with you that he overestimated the aggressive or the coefficient of adversity of academic life. But I think that his aversion for epistemology, and Latour also aversion for epistemology, was mainly directed against the normativity of French epistemology and the dogmatism of French Bachelard's epistemology in the academia at that time. And more than, it was not really against the epistemology of rapture, but more about the normativity, because Serre really claimed and assumed that philosophers are not legitimate to talk about science. Only mathematicians, only professional mathematicians, professional scientists are able to aptly speak about science. They are their own philosophers. And we are all parasites. All epistemologists are parasites. And I remember that Latour had exactly the same claims. He shared that.
They're rather extraordinary claims, aren't they? I mean, you
Yeah.
don't have to think about it very long. You know, how many scientists do you know, can you think of, who are really good at explaining the nature and implications of what they do? There are some, I'm not saying you can't think of any, but the majority, no, I don't think any of us are very good at explaining the implications of what we do. We need each other. You know, there is no, I don't think this is what the word intuition means. But what it seems to say is that there are certain ways of knowing things that you teach yourself. But there is no intuition. You are only ever taught things by other people and other things and other experiences. So it's there's something curiously kind of fixed. I mean, this is sort of an attack. It's really a regret, because for a very, very long time, I stopped myself noticing these things in Serre, because I so admire his anti-bellicose attitude. It's so taken for granted that you've got to sort of pretend to be a daggers drawn with one's opponents, you know, and people can work in academic life, can work themselves up into aggressive frenzies. So it is very, very cheering. I didn't have many conversations with Michel, but I did have one where I tried to tease him about the fact that the English rugby team at that point was doing very much better than the French rugby team. And he just sort of looked at me and said, you know, really, do we? No, rugby is about more than just winning. So I think there was something odd, something that actually we do not need to see as in any sense undermining or disabling the whole body of work. But if we want to take it whole, there it is. That's why I think it's, you know, it's part of a kind of dramatic.
So shall I? Yeah, please.
Thanks very much. I enjoyed your talk very much, and your delivery, which was very informative. And it kind of made me think a little bit more about éclaircissement and the tone of the kind of conversational duel that's going on between the two guys, because I get very much the impression that Serre is on the defensive throughout the conversations, as Bruno Latour is pursuing him and trying to pin him down, and as you said, kind of make him provide some references and citations and footnotes effectively. So is there a recording of the conversations? And what sort of tone were they speaking in? Was it slow and thoughtful and reflective, or was it fast paced, and were they kind of interrupting each other constantly as they went along and getting overexcited?
I'm going to look to my left for a judgment on this, but I will just say that I would very much like that to be, because there are moments where it feels like you want to interpret the silence, because there are sometimes some very short replies to things that Latour says that feel as though they've really rather gone home. There's one moment when Latour says, what you have in common with Bachelard is that you both go too far. And Serre says, maybe. And then the conversation moves on. But, you know, a lot of these things, these dialogues remind me of Beckett's much more fabricated dialogues with Georges Dutry, where there are these little kind of breaks and bits of comedy as well. Actually, there's a moment when Beckett has Dutry say, "Can you please lay out your reasons, and then we'll have done." Beckett says, "Could we perhaps just not have done?" But was there a recording? Can you tell us? Is there a recording?
No, is there a recording of the
No recording. We're hearing.
So who was
Oh,
taking
yeah,
notes
this is
and providing a
right.
transcript?
Okay. It's a very short question. Yeah. The question you use, the pseudo-pedagogy represented by psychoanalysis. I was wondering, well, that's not a short question. Huh?
That's a huge question.
Okay, then I'm. Sorry, yes.
Well,
I wasn't.
I'll give it a leg glance. Well, I mean, I'm just thinking, certainly Bachelard saw it as a means of
Improvement.
self-formation.
Okay.
And I mean, I think that the popular take-up of psychoanalysis, what psychoanalysis means popularly in culture today, is something like a kind of, tuition in modes of well-being. That's what I had in mind.
Okay. Thank you. Well, that was a great start. Bernadette, where are you going to sit? She's going. So are you going to sit here, or are you going to? Do you want Stephen to move?
Sit in the magisterium.
Why don't you sit in the middle?
Because
Because they've got the no.
Oh, okay.
They've got the, okay. Right. Okay. Right. So Oh. Okay. So we're moving on now to the second speaker, who has already spoken in introduction, Bernadette Bensaude-Vincent, who is a philosopher and historian of science, emeritus professor at Université Paris-Nanterre, Panthéon-Sorbonne, and she has, of course, published very extensively on material and emerging technologies, and she was one of Michel Serres' students and collaborators. And she is part of the team which is currently producing an edition of his unpublished works, enormously scholarly and quite long, I would say, wouldn't you? Yeah, so thank you very much, Bernadette. And is your title the same?
Yeah.
So Bernadette, the title, So Near and So Far to Object-Centered Philosophies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Christy. Serres and Latour have never been closer than in the late 1980s, as I mentioned in my brief introduction, when they shared the project to shape an object-centered philosophical framework. Serres had already clearly stated that his project was to draw the philosopher's attention from subject to object in Hermès 2. I just wanted to have the quotations on the but it's not moving. No? Okay, thank you. What did you? So, voici venir le temps où la philosophie doit descendre du sujet dans les choses, de l'ego cartésien dans les fleurs et la cire et la flamme, qui se mettent à entretenir un étrange dialogue. So Latour, in the early 1990s, moved beyond the social constructivism, arguing that society cannot explain and must be explained, and society themselves were constructed, and Latour claimed that objects hold the central role in the construction of human societies through a comparison with baboon societies. So they really converge on the centering philosophy on objects. And at this time, Latour fully endorsed Serres' concept of quasi-objects, especially in We Have Never Been Modern, published in 1991. He remarkably described quasi-objects and used them in the course of his argumentation about the proliferation of hybrids in modern practices. However, a closer look at how Latour appropriated Serres' quasi-objects reveals slight differences, which became more and more visible when he tried to develop his own genealogy of objects on the model of Serres' pragmatogony. I will argue that the differential treatment of objects and ontology shades a light on what sets them apart in the 2000s. So let me first evoke the time of communion between them. Serres, as you know, introduced quasi-objects in The Parasite in the course of a reflection on the religious mystery of incarnation, focused on the divinity of things presented as gifts that we receive and that we give. They emerge from a space of exchanges between the material and the logical, where they feature as the excluded middles, the excluded serfs. And they subsequently subvert various dichotomies. I will go back. Serre's description of quasi-objects or subjects have made three major implications. First, they reject the either-or binary scheme by reintroducing the excluded middle, the one that is active but overlooked. Second, they grant agency to objects and put them on equal foot with subjects. The rules of the rugby game imply that the ball be treated as a subject, while the players make themselves the attributes of these substances. Third, defining objects as dynamic relation entities. Their agency and performances reside in their mobility, in their circulation. And through their circulation, they generate traces, links, bonds that structure the collective. And Latour fully endorsed these three major points. In We Have Never Been Modern, he introduced the notion of quasi-object through a criticism of objectivity in sociology. He criticized two antagonist treatments of objects by social scientists. Either they consider them as simple fetishes that people wrongly treat as objective entities, or they assume that our behaviors are ruled by objective laws against the popular belief in free will. Like Serre, Latour is not keen on taking side in controversy. He rather tries to point what opposing parties share. And in this case, both parties miss one point in their explanation of society, which is the role of objects in the construction of human society. In line with the parasite, quasi-objects enter the scene as the excluded middles. They feature as dwellers of the empire of the middle, where dichotomies give way to hybrids. The more they proliferate, the stricter boundaries have to be drawn between nature and society, nature and artifacts, between language and reality, between being and appearance. Moreover, Latour, who had introduced non-human actants in science in action, fully endorsed the agentivity that Serre attributes to objects. In echo to Serre's Ptolemaic revolution, Latour uses the phrase Copernican counter-revolution in order to stress the reversal of Kant's famous Copernican revolution, which centered philosophy around the transcendental subject. Finally, like Serre, Latour defines quasi-objects by their relations, but the links established through their circulation. He clearly rejects the view of objects and subjects as stable, eternal entities around which something revolves. Latour is not just picking up Serre's concept of quasi-object. I think he is more explicit than Serre on the constitutive role of a quasi-object. He more precisely describes their modus operandi and the impact of their invisibilization of language. So in my view, you can use We Have Never Been Modern as a kind of textbook for understanding Serre's notion of quasi-object. However, there is, even at this stage, I think there is already a slight divergence that should be noted in their description. Because in the context of his revision of social constructivism, Latour was above all concerned with mediators. For him, knowledge is not socially constructed because society itself is a construction that requires a lot of effective mediators rather than just intermediaries. What matters for Latour is to qualify mediators as true ontological entities of hybrid nature. For him, mediation means mixture of elements or mixture of the poles to connect. It requires a hybridization. Serre, by contrast, never uses the term hybrids. For him, quasi-objects are underdetermined. They have no nature, no texture. They are defined by what they do, but by what they perform through their circulation. They are blank, white. They can become all possible things, and they are actually reconfigured along their journey through the collective. Serre's quasi-object is a joker, a neutral element that can be anyone. However, there is something more in Latour's reference to Serre's quasi-object. He doesn't quote the parasite. He quotes statues. And in We Have Never Been Modern. In other terms, he doesn't limit Serre to quasi-objects and their role in the construction of collectives. He is above all seduced by the ontological ambition of Serre's first book of Foundation, in which Serre argues that the object creates us as humans. And from statues, Latour first retains Serre's interpretation of the etymological root of thing deriving from causa. A thing is what is discussed as a causa in a judiciary assembly where an accusation is made. Thus, the first origin of a thing is a collective assembled to accuse and probably to sacrifice a victim. In other terms, things were matters of concern before they became matters of fact. I mean that the distinction that Latour will introduce later in 2004 is deeply rooted in Serre's concept of thing. Latour retains a second lesson from statues, which is the connection between the laws of nature and the laws of court, based on the etymology of the Latin term res, meaning things in Latin, from which we derive reality. Giordano Bruno, Galileo, and Descartes, the mythical founders of modern science, substituted the law of physics for the rules of the cause. This is what Serre argued in statue. And thanks to that, Latour brings Chapin and Schaffer into dialogue with Serre in the Liverius. The main motive of the rapprochement is that they shared an emphasis on silent things. Chapin and Schaffer are presented as pursuing Serre's endeavor to, I quote, ballast epistemology with an unknown actor, silent things. Above all, it is Serre's modern style that attracts Latour in statues. Serre does not hesitate to embark in mythological explanations that make sense, even though they are not true. They have no objective truth value. And in turn, Latour will embark in a mythological genealogy of objects and adopts the neologism pragmatogony that Serre coined en passant in statues. He devotes an entire article, Pragmatogony, in 1994, to this kind of what I call a mimetic exercise of Serre. This paper is presented as part of a bigger
joint project to clarify the relation between animal societies and human societies, conducted with Shirley Strom, the anthropologist specialist of baboon societies. For both Serre and Latour, the objects are something, the object which is something out there is what distinguishes human society from animal society. Latour's definitions of objects as stabilizers of social interaction based of anthropological fieldwork converges with Serre's more speculative view of the difference between animal and human societies, as mentioned in the Birth of Physics, but I skipped them. And I will use Latour article Pragmatogony to emphasize, so I will get to unravel the distance from Serre, because I think that this, I will skip that for the purpose. So Serre is not in fact, and I think that Latour inscribes society in objects, and in his Pragmatogony, no, I will go back. Yeah. So Serre used Pragmatogony in Pragmatogony, Latour explicit his ontology, and he clearly say that objects are the conditions of possibility of action. In the standard view, action requires a subject with appropriate competencies and an object whose potentialities are actualized by the subject, homo faber. Instead, for Latour, this concept of action with an input and output is not at all what is encountered. For him, action is not the effectuation of an intention or a purpose. Action is a sequence of mediation that results in a non-directional network of relations. He defines technical action as a form of delegation of human tasks to objects that requires a mobilization of the past. So for Latour, technology is a socialization of non-humans. It inscribes society in objects and creates a socio-technical imbroglio that changes over time. That is how, oh, I've got something. That is why he inscribes society he identified several layers, but for him, the genealogy of Pragmatogony means that we are socio-technical animals. So in a way, he shares with Serre the idea, and with a number of anthropologists, Leroy-Gourand among others, the conviction that humans are shaped by their technologies, that objects play a key role in the process of hominization. But Serre is not a fan of socio-technical imbroglios. In Statues, he develops a transcendental philosophy of objects in which objects are independent from the social. The genealogy of things as matter of negotiation, causa causa, is not the ultimate layer for him. The primitive stage lies beyond our capacity of expressions. It is not accessible through etymological roots. It belongs to the ineffable. Beyond our notion of individual objects, there lies a primitive substrate, an amorphous inert mass whose name matter derives from mother. Materialism for Serre remains a philosophy at the breast. It's a maternal philosophy. This stable mass withstands times. Its conservation is the precondition for the existence of a real world. Mass conditions the existence of the things of the world that conditions us, and its permanence conditions the universe. This raw mass is what all objects, including humans, are made of. So I will briefly argue that this divergence stems from the fact that Latour overlooks the dark side of Serre's pragmatogony. More precisely, Latour leaves behind three major aspects of Serre's notion of objects. First, objects are rooted in death. Objects are knowing subjects. Objects are imbroglios of times. For the sake of time, I will skip the latter two aspects, and I will concentrate on just the first aspect, the dark side of Serre's object. As I mentioned, beneath the moving crowd of quasi-objects lies a stable inert substance, a subject. Objects emerge out of a substance, something that stands beneath the inert mass of matrix, which is the substrate. And this substrate deeply differs from Descartes' piece of works, or from what modern science defines as matter. It is made of decaying organic matter. The primitive object is a corpse, a sacrificed body buried underground, thrown somewhere. The notion of substance is intimately connected to death in the anecdote of Serre's encounter with a dead sheep lying in the countryside. I will not read the quotation. So should we then contrast Latour's technico-political ontology with Serre's more substantialist or materialist ontology? In my view, Serre's ontology can hardly be labeled materialist, let alone substantialist. He's not really interested in the material composition of objects. His primordial substance may be flesh or decaying flesh, but it is above all characterized as a topological position. The substance is what stands underneath. It is a place for indefinite substitutions. The decaying material of the sacrificed human body will be substituted for a scapegoat and later for a statue. The substance is not the stuff objects are made of. It is better defined as a locus, a position expressed in the prefix sub. The substitutes are literally lieutenants. They hold the place of the primordial object subjects. Objects are primitive and constitutive of our world because they define a specific location. So Serre and Latour radically, I'm getting lost. Serre and Latour radically displaced the distinction between, and they really distinction between object and subjects, and they really converge in insisting on the agentivity of objects They both contributed to the post-linguistic terms in philosophy. They both mobilized history and mythology to articulate what kind of agency objects are capable of. They fully agree that objects connect and mediate, and consequently should be viewed as relational entities. They share the view of objects as key actors in the process of hominization and cements of human collective. But they ended up with completely different ontologies. And I think that they really change through this mythological pragmatogony, because for Latour, pragmatogony was taken in its literal sense of genealogy of action. And for what matters for him was really to shape a philosophy of action. And while for Serre, what mattered was to understand how we human, we can, what it means to be human in a world overcrowded with subject objects. So in my view, Latour will find the ontological, the transcendental dimension of objects that Serre identified in statue. He missed it in his reading of statue, but he will later find it in the 2000 in his reading of Whitehead through the influence of Isabelle Stengers. And he will then develop a real transcendental philosophy of action, but not with the help of Serre. So thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you so much. I felt that that was a Serre that I was almost unfamiliar with. So much of that I was unfamiliar with. So that was wonderful and quite revelatory. So, thoughts,
Massimiliano, we'll do it.
Okay. Thank you, Bernadette, for that. I think very, very, very nice articulation of the differences on that notion of quasi-object. I think you also see that very nicely, and that's just a thought that came to me when you were talking in this different interpretation of this notion of the anthropology of science, which comes from this Statues book as well, where Serre also uses it, and then Latour uses it, but in a completely different sense, not this dark dimension that Serre really gives to it. Maybe two questions on that. One is, could you then say that the difference might also be that for Serre, he mainly draws on this tradition of Dumézil and Girard to also articulate these darker dimensions, which is again completely absent in Latour, and in Latour's reading at least of these quasi-objects. And linked to that, maybe there is also that notion that Serre introduces more or less at the same time of quasi-subjects, right? And not just quasi-objects. And that is absent in Latour, although it does pop up, if I remember correctly, strangely enough, in the Mode of Existence book of Latour, where he brings back that notion of quasi-object suddenly as well, but not centrally, but also that notion of quasi-subject, which might have to do with what you said, with this kind of transcendental way of thinking also about action, where it's not just the object that is the fascination, but also what does it mean to be human, and how to think about ourselves as quasi-subjects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, and you are quite right that the dark face of objects in Serre's statue comes from Girard, from René Girard. There is a religious dimension in his ontology, and I skip it because first I'm sure I don't understand it. I must confess that I don't understand it. And also because there is also a religious dimension
in Latour's ontology, that would be the subject of another comparison that we should maybe deal with in another conference. But you are right that the notion of quasi-object or subject, for Serre, it's exactly synonym. Quasi-object and subject is synonym, whereas there is a difference in Latour later. But the major point is really that I think that Latour has been thinking about all his, through his period, even in the STS movement, he was really concerned with the notion of a philosophy of action. While Serre was not interested in action. And so it's just, you know, we have to think about it, but it struck me that when we look at the moment where they were so close, they had divergent programs.
Yeah.
Ask about
Oh, you need.
Oh, sorry.
You wanna?
Thank you.
So we will be good at
Thanks, Bernadette. Just about the language you used to characterize Latour's reading, yeah? And you kept saying Latour missed it, the dark side. Could you open that out a bit? Do you just mean it was a rather negligent reading that somehow didn't comprehend or take it in? Was it a reading which recognized it as there, but chose to ignore it? And if that is the case, for what sort of reason might he have taken that attitude?
Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't have used the phrase "he missed it."
Well, it might be correct for all I
No,
know.
because they read
It's sort of-
correctly. He was really one of the best interpreter of Serre's, and I think that he didn't appropriate that. You know, he didn't want to carry the heavy luggage of death attached to objects.
But why is it heavy luggage for him?
Yeah, I think it's the Girardian luggage that Latour didn't want to carry.
Yeah.
The idea of sacrifice,
All right, I
which
see.
is
Yes,
attached
yes.
to objects.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Bernadette. Good.
I think so. I may be wrong, you know,
Yeah.
but I think so.
Yeah.
Up. You need the.
Oh, yeah.
Can you show it?
I wonder if that's a way in which we might think of some of the almost ecstatic late remarks by Latour. When you see his reaction to something like Laudato Si, the encyclical, you see that he wants to present this as the great clamor, the cry of the earth that's put forward in an activist manner by the current Pope. I just mentioned Laudato Si and Latour's reactions to that text and interviews about it, and his championing of that text, taking it in a very positive, almost lyrical, almost ecstatic, certainly activist way, which is in a certain area of theology, a kind of social theology in a way. That is another way in which one can contrast it back to, and I'm not sure this has been done, but following your paper, back to the highly sacrificial foundations of a work like Statues in Serre. So you could think of the divergence almost as people within a broad church emphasizing different aspects of a certain kind of theological vision.
Yeah. They were, of course, in a good way, but they had different understanding
of empiricism, I would say. I don't know how Serre reacted to Laudato Si, even if he knew it, you know, because he died in 2019. But of course, Latour's interpretation of and acclamation of Laudato Si is really the continuation of facing Gaia. And he really sympathized with that. And he even opened up a new chair in the Collège de Bernadette in Paris on Laudato Si, and he created a regular seminar on that. So, but we'll talk about that maybe tomorrow in the session about natural contract and environmental philosophy. But maybe there would have been a convergence. This.
Well, we've time for one more question if there is one. Otherwise, no, we'll pass. Yes, okay.
I mean, just really quickly, because as I'm a theologian and I might be the only one in the room, I think when I spoke to him about his understanding of Laudato Si, it was mainly Latour, it was mainly surprise he expressed that Catholic theology could contain the resources for that sort of materialism. And I think the shame of it really was that he missed his own heritage, because he has this rich Catholic heritage through 20th century Jesuit theology, de Lubac, Bessard, and others, that gave him all of that. That's there already. So it was amazing to me that he read that encyclical and said, what's this? That is Catholicism. He was stuck in I often felt he was stuck in a sort of very reductive 18th century Protestant theology, which he assumed was everything in a funny way, given he was a Catholic.
Right paper.
Thank you. So next you. Thank you. Right, so we'll move on to the third paper in this session. So where do you here? So
Did know him. Yeah. But I think there would have been a lot.
Massimiliano
Yes.
is an associate professor of philosophy of technology, philosophy of technology at Maastricht University, and co-founder of the working group on philosophy of technology at Leuven. His dissertation attempted to formulate a historical epistemology of synthetic biology, and his current research focuses on developments in contemporary technoscience, 20th century French philosophy of science and technology, and the history of the philosophy of experimentation. He published several papers on both Michel and Bruno Latour, we're lucky to have him with us, and he's the author of Michel and French philosophy of science, materiality, ecology, and quasi-objects, which deals extensively with the relation between Serre and Latour, among others. So welcome, and thank you very much.
Thank you for the introduction. Thank you also for the invitation. I'm going to talk about, in a way, kind of an issue that preoccupies myself, and that we'll see. I will not claim I have a solution, but I hope that we share the problem, that you have a problem, extra problem in your life. So I think was already mentioned. Someone like Bruno Latour is often characterized as kind of social constructivist or postmodernist, and it's also well known that he very much disliked those labels. And he experiments with many other labels, from deep constructivist without the social to kind of compositionalist or a relationalist or many others. But the notion that I want to focus on is how in his later text he also embraced this label of a kind of empiricism, a radical empiricism. I think also under the influence of Isabel Stengers and her attention to William James and indeed the so-called white hat. And so this notion of radical empiricism indeed traces back to the essays.
Because they complain that the sun is
Can we turn it up? Bring that to as well, is it?
Any helps, right?
Let's see if
So Bruno Latour uses this notion of radical empiricism inspired by Stengers. And it's a notion that can be traced back to William James, who uses it mainly to distance himself from earlier forms or other forms of empiricism, meaning the kind of empiricism that you might immediately associate with the term of sense data as the kind of the foundation of knowledge. So it's not that kind of empiricism, but precisely kind of an empiricism that, as William James would say, it accepts nothing but experience, but all of experience, right? So let me quote James on this. So James, in his essays on radical empiricism, says, "To be radical, an empiricism must neither admit into its constructions any element that is not directly experienced, nor exclude from them any element that is directly experienced. For such a philosophy, the relations that connect experience must themselves be experienced relations. And any kind of relation experienced must be accounted as real as anything else in the system." And Latour, in this context, often also likes indeed to quote Whitehead, who raises a very similar point in concept of nature, where Whitehead says, and I quote, "For natural philosophy, everything perceived is in nature. We may not pick and choose. For us, the red glow of a sunset should be as much part of nature as are the molecules and electric waves by which men of science would explain the phenomena. It is for natural philosophy to analyze how these various elements of nature are connected," end quote. So that's the kind of the radical empiricism in Latour. Serre, on the other hand, I mean, he never uses that notion as far as I know or embraced it. He's also not characterized as a kind of social constructivist, as far as I know, sometimes as a postmodernist. I don't think that's correct. But I think there is a kind of a clear empiricism also at work in Michel Serre, and that's a bit of the question today, right? Especially since there is also, as we already discussed, a kind of connection and influence on Latour. In a way, this problem dates back to an earlier conference precisely on Michel Serre and philosophy of science that we had, where I naively launched that idea, well, can we read Serre as a radical empiricist? And I was actually very enthusiastic about it, because I'm very enthusiastic about radical empiricism. But more and more now, also from that discussion, then I'm a bit more reluctant and maybe even malcontent also with that notion. So it's the message today might be the reverse of maybe the mistake of Latour was to be a radical empiricist. But we'll come back to that. But so there is an empiricism in Serre, I think most obviously in the five senses. I think you can feel it there, definitely at work here. So the kind of the questions that I want to raise is basically, what's the difference between these two forms of empiricism? How can we think about that? And I think one tension that does play a role, or one intuition that's typically also kind of seen as a weakness of empiricism, is that empiricism deals very poorly with the formal sciences, what to do with mathematics in an empiricist framework. And indeed, Serre seems to be far closer to mathematics than someone like Bruno Latour. And indeed, in the often already cited interview book between Latour and Serre, when they reflect on the methodology, you see that tension about mathematics in a way at role there in the methodology, right? It was actually also, I think, a point well raised by Elie During, who will, I think, join us later and give a talk about that difference in how they saw empiricism, basically saying that Latour seems to be far more Jamesian in the sense that as a good empiricist, you have to actually do two things. One, this criteria that I already mentioned, if it is not found in experience, in a way, discard it, dismiss it. It's a dichotomy that is abstract but not part of experience. But there's that second demand also, namely that if we cannot reconstruct the line that traces back this abstract concepts to our experience, then we must discard it. And that's a very Jamesian and a very Latourian point, but not, I would say, very Serrean points. Rather, in Serre, you find, in a certain sense, no practice, but also even no patience to trace these mediations back to experience. Right? Rather, he would indeed say in the interview book, I'm a mathematician, I don't do that. So my aim of this paper is precisely to trace that distinction a bit. And I want to do that first by delving a bit deeper in what I mean by radical empiricism and how that works in Latour. Then coming to Serre and what he thinks about empiricism and how I see that at work in his work. And I want to differentiate it mainly by returning precisely to this recently published Cahiers de Formation, right? These early writings of Serre, where he doesn't deal with empiricism directly, but I felt in a way a very similar problem. Actually, he's dealing with idealism as a position and endorses a form of idealism that he then criticizes through a kind of philosophy of technology, which is, I think, sheds a light on this problem of empiricism. So the first thing, what do I mean by empiricism and radical empiricism? I can give a long talk about what I mean by that. I think very simply, the first intuition is empiricism here is not about this question of what's the foundation of knowledge, it's experience. Empiricism, in the way how I talk about it now, is mainly, in a way, about what's the aim of science, not the foundation of science. Why do we do science? Why do we have concepts? And that ultimately has to be traced back in its relevance to experience, or in its value to experience, or thus it has to do something with our experience. Now, radical empiricism, more specifically, I think can be characterized by a set of criteria that I think are best articulated by Barry Allen in a book, Empiricisms, with Oxford University Press, 2021, where he tries to precisely differentiate what is radical in radical empiricism against former, other earlier forms of empiricisms. And I think the most intuitive version of that is, as I said before, traditional empiricism starts from this idea, sense data is the basis of knowledge. The radical empiricist says basically, but hold on, this idea of sense data, that's not part of experience. That's a theory you are smuggling in, right? That's not radical enough. This is not how we experience the world. So that's the kind of the intuition behind it. Now, Barry Allen in his book tries to articulate that more theoretically and basically says the problem with this kind of sense data empiricism is that it ultimately still endorses a form of nominalism, right? Nominalism simply defined as the belief that only the individuals are real, not the relations. The relations are what we project on it, what we construct in language and concept. So only the sense data are real. The connections is what we bring to the table. Now, against that, I think, just to summarize, radical empiricism, I would say it claims four things, or it's at least four things that I find important. One is precisely against that kind of nominalism. It endorses this idea that relations are also real and part of experience. We don't experience just individuals, we experience relations between them. Secondly, and I think that's also very prominently in Latour, but also in Serre, that, as I said already before, the role of experience in this kind of project is also not just justification, right? Experience is not just there to prove that we were right. Experience is also there as a kind of problematization, as the origin of the problem and not the solution, right? Experience produces knowledge in the sense that it produces tension and irritation that calls for conceptual closure. Why do we do science? Well, because something irritates us in the world, right? And we want to reply to that. And so that's the kind of the second dimension of it. The third one is that it also typically rejects the traditional distinction between epistemology and ontology. And of course, at first sight, that might seem paradoxical in the sense that it's an empiricism, but you're claiming it loves ontology. Is it not precisely anti-metaphysical empiricism? But so let me specify that. What I mean by that is that kind of radical empiricism is not so much a choice within that distinction, like ontology is, or epistemology, but it's rather the rejection of that distinction. Again, because it's very simply put, it's not part of the experience. It's a theory smuggled in that tries to cut up experience before taking it seriously. Or slightly different put, the distinction is typically also between representation and reality, right? And in a way, it wants to dismiss that distinction to think about experience and the world. Not because all reality is just representation, but almost the reverse, because representations are as real as the things they represent. I think of the Whitehead quote, our experience of the sunset is as real as the molecules we are introduced to explain it. So in that sense, that's the kind of the third characteristic. And the fourth is that it also really typically has a different attitude towards the role of the concepts and the abstractions that we use and introduce, right? It's precisely this point that abstract concepts are typically not just there as representations of reality, but they are typically there as tools to deal with experience, right? The quality of concepts has to be linked to what can they do and how can they be traced back and how can they have an impact on our experience or enrich the experience. As James would say, and I quote him a final time, only in as far as these concepts lead us successfully or unsuccessfully back into sensible experience again, are our abstracts and universals true or false at all, end quote. You might also link it, if you want to link it more to the French context, it's with the philosophy of Henri Bergson and his view on the role of concepts in our life, right? Against intuition, concepts, again, are for him not the adequate representation of reality. They are pragmatic tools that we have, etc. And in a similar way with Deleuze, but I'm not going into that. So how does this kind of thinking, so these four characteristics of away with nominalism, experience is also problems, not just solutions, away with this distinction, epistemology, ontology, and other thinking about the role of abstractions and concepts. How does that play with Latour and Serre? So I think you can easily see how in many texts of Latour, this plays a role, especially when he, in his later text, embraces that notion of radical empiricism. For instance, in, I think, one of his most beautiful articles, How to Talk About the Body, from 2004, he gives the following example, and I quote him, "My former colleague in San Diego, the neurophilosopher Paul Churchland, carries in his wallet a color picture of his wife. Nothing surprising in it, except it is the color scan of his wife's brain. Not only that, but Paul insists adamantly that in a few years we will all be recognizing the inner shapes of the brain structure with more of a loving gaze than noses, skins, and eyes," end quote. So this is Paul Churchland as a kind of eliminativist, a reductionist of we have to actually get rid of this talk about people in terms of intentions and beliefs and even faces, back to the neuro roots of our thinking. But so this is in a certain sense best associated with a more classical form of empiricism where we have to go back to the sense data. But there is a second form of empiricism that he introduces here, and I quote him. So the second, Latour says, corresponds to what can be called a science studies or a Jamesian or a Whiteheadian outlook. There is no primary quality, no scientist can be reductionist, disciplines can only add to the world and almost never subtract phenomena. So his reading of this anecdote is basically, well, actually, Paul Churchland is right, but what he has done is not so much replaced one way to think about his wife with another, but added, hopefully, another interesting way to do that. So through science, we enrich the way how we experience the world, rather than reduce it. A very similar kind of distinction he draws in another text from 2007, A Plea for Early Sciences, where he makes a distinction between first and second empiricism, which is, I think, more or less the same. But it's about the social sciences in this context. Let me quote him here. So what I want to say is that the problem with the social sciences is that they are not empirical enough. And that's a common claim that Latour likes to make, right? Just at the time in history when they are most needed to redesign the whole spheres of existence from top to bottom, or rather they have inherited a very narrow definition of empiricism, what I call first empiricism. What's the difference with the second empiricism, the one that James called radical? Precisely relations or connections. That is precisely those modes of connections or modes of existence that are not depending on the divide, on the bifurcation between natural and social. Right? He even links this distinction between first and second empiricism also with this already mentioned distinction between matters of fact and matters of concern. Right? This kind of classical empiricism thinks of the world in matters of fact, Whereas the second empiricism for Latour is one that thinks about the object, the concern in all of its relations, in the whole asset of its experience, and not the kind of reductive view of it. So this far is what I wanted to say about Latour. What about Serre? So Serre is, of course, quite more tricky example. But at least that was my enthusiasm of that previous talk. I thought, yes, in Serre you also find an empiricism that is clearly not a sense data empiricism, right? That's not the kind of an empiricism that he endorses. And indeed, if you, for instance, read this, again, the interview book with Latour, when Latour is constantly struggling, like, your method, Serre, I don't understand it, tell me about it. Serre acknowledges that, but then he basically says, well, how can you talk about carpentry without knowing its vocabulary? About nautical matters without its own lexicon? About blacksmithing without that of the forge? About cobbling without that of awl and leather, and so on? The average reader may complain that he has to look things up in a dictionary, but the sailor and the carpenter will rejoice that they are respected. And so there's a kind of also a similar respect for the empirical phenomenon in all of its richness, in its full of experience, without reducing it to any kind of, again, sense data of a simplistic scheme. Now, it would take me more time to really delve into Serre's text and to explain how that empiricism works, but let me at least briefly give an example of how I would read it. And the example I take is The Bird of Physics, where he rereads Lucretius quite famously as, we don't have to understand, again, Lucretius to these classical schemes that we already smuggle in between literature and science, or modern science and old science, etc. Rather, in a certain sense, Serre calls for a kind of triple respect for experience, right? First, we have to, in a way, respect the phenomena themselves, the experience that we have. The kind of a typical Serre example is the Clinamen and Lucretius might look ridiculous, but go back to your experience of whirlpools, and then you see that it actually can make sense in the world, right? There's a kind of a appeal to experience in that sense. Secondly, a bit paradoxically perhaps, but there is also a kind of respect for the experience of the text. So what Serre likes to do in these moments is, again, you have all these schemes of already classifying Lucretius, but forget about that and read the text. What does Lucretius actually say, and how does he say it? And then typically he tries to make sense of it in that way, right? We are, in a way, often prohibited from understanding these texts by the kind of abstract meta tools that we bring in the text. Similar to how Latour was complaining about this distinction between society and nature, or James was complaining about the sense data theory, right? We smuggle these things in and they prohibit us from really understanding experience. And so finally, beside the kind of respect of the phenomena and the text, there is also, for Serre, typically a respect for contemporary science, in the sense of, again, with Lucretius, if you really delve into what's happening now in science, in liquid mechanics, etc., we see that it actually makes sense. That if we think about how these scientists think about these phenomena, the experience of Lucretius almost comes in a new light. So in that sense, at first sight, there might be a kind of an affinity between the two forms of empiricism, between Serre and Latour. But as I said in the beginning already, there are also disagreements. And I think the kind of the interview book nicely really focuses on that, if you read it from that light. So in the second interview, especially on methodology, Latour raises actually a lot of problems, a lot of questions that he has with the method of Serre. But two of the main confusions are, one is precisely, again, think of the example of Lucretius. How do you link these different periods of time to one another? And Lucretius and contemporary science, they are so different. The Challenger and Baal, etc. But there is also that second problem, I think more important here, namely then, even if we accept that, and that depends then on a different conception of time as topological, etc., this whole story, but I'm not going into, there is a second question, namely, even if you say we can bring Lucretius and the science together, how do you demonstrate this link between the two? How do you trace the link between the two, right? As Latour would say in the interview, right, what allows you to establish this rapprochement? This is the great difficulty for your readers who may have the impression of free association, of arbitrary rapprochements. The problem is understanding the operator that you extract. Usually it's a problem, a minimal structure that will not retain everything in Lucretius, but that will extract certain elements from his work, a word, an etymology, an argument, a structure. the rapid movement from place to place that Serre is making, but it doesn't take anything from the other part. What counts is precisely, for Latour, and this is Latour speaking about his own method, probably more, what counts is precisely the system of mediated interferences, a rootedness, a localization, the slow work of intermediaries. Right? This kind of Jamesian intuition of you have to trace back. But he says, well, you don't give us that. And Serre has, in a way, kind of a double reply in the interview book. One is, life is short. I have no time for all the shortcuts. So I take shortcuts. Not a very convincing answer. The second answer is, I'm a mathematician. Right? That's this kind of answer there. And I quote him here, mathematics teaches rapid thought. Whoever writes X can mean simultaneously 1, 2, 3, the infinite, rationals, transcendence, etc. This is an economy of thought. When you reproach me with structure isn't enough, you have to add all the intermediary steps. This is not mathematical thought. Philosophers love intermediate inferences. Mathematicians gladly dispense with them, end quote. So, interestingly enough, Latour keeps, of course, pushing, as he loves to do in the interviews. And it ultimately comes back to this idea of a kind of a method of passes. I think the metaphor comes passing on, etc. I think what Bernadette also in her presentation already said of substitutions, of this kind of passing on the ball, etc., which seems to be the movement between the models rather than grounding the models in a kind of an experience. And it's on that point that I want to return now in the final section to this early Serre text. So which is quite a different context. And I think for me, it had a lot of surprises, those early notebooks. Precisely, there's an extensive philosophy of technology there. And indeed, a kind of, in that context, Serre is, in some texts, defending, endorsing a form of what he calls idealism, a kind of technical idealism. What do I mean by that? So this technical idealism, I think, has two central ideas. First, that we never experience the world itself, nature in pure states or something like that, but that is always technically mediated. There's technology all around us. It's always already mediated by technology. And secondly, also that understanding the world is also making the world, or that action and representation are very close to one another. Let me give you at least one quote for that. So Serre in one of these texts writes the following, so it's my own translation. We don't apply an abstract garment of laws to nature. We don't interrogate, we don't violate nature to make it confess its secrets. The laws of physics are not the laws of the world. They are the laws that govern the technical models we have been able to build. The origins of physics go back to the time when Archimedes built simple machines, to the time when Galileo built a simple pendulum. The use of the word simple is revealing here. It means an object so purified that the mind understands it exhaustively, that the physical law takes on its real meaning. So in this context, the physical law then takes on its real meaning. It is the law that governs the constructed object, the purified object, the ideal object, the laboratory machine, etc. I think so if you read this kind of text, you see, or at least I did, a kind of very strong affinity also with the early Latourian kind of framework when he thinks about technology, translation. And indeed, I think there are connections. He relies on Serre on that point. So science also for Latour is then seen as a technical construct of order out of chaos. Typically also in that language of a kind of agnostic language between humans and non-humans. I would say typically drawing from information theory and from this kind of reflections like Serre, that all objects in the world are exchanging information, not just humans. But also this idea that to understand something is precisely to stabilize it in the lab, so that action and representation really are linked to one another. And also this famous claim even of Latour that the universality of scientific facts is reached not by leaving the lab, but by extending this technical network over the world, right? So in that sense, again, they come very close to one another there. But interestingly enough, and that's the point I want to go to and end with, is that at a certain moment within these texts, Serre also formulates a kind of self-critique or a kind of radicalization, where Serre really abandons also that notion of idealism. I used to be in idealism, but actually I'm not going to endorse that notion anymore. Which also falls in line with the fact that he doesn't really speak about his own work as idealism in his published text. There is only, I think, one moment where he does endorse a form of idealism, and that's in his defense of Jacques Monod against Louis Althusser, where Louis Althusser is accusing Monod of being a kind of idealist, ideology, etc., anything but a Marxist in that sense. And in his reply, Serre says, actually, well, there are two forms of idealism, and one is ridiculous, and that's, in a way, this kind of early defended form, where the kind of subjective idealism, where the world is my representation, maybe technical representation. But there is another form of idealism, strangely enough, kind of Platonic idealism, that he actually endorses, and then he says that's also what Jacques Monod is doing, where the forms are there, but they are not in the subject. And indeed, it's that kind of shift away from the kind of element of subjectivity that was still in there in this idealism that Serre also wants to abandon, right? And in a way, it starts from thinking through the consequences of that technical idealism itself. Again, in a way, it starts, as I said, from this idea that there is no pure experience of the world separated from technology, from mediation, from all these factors, right? As he says, again, in one of these texts, and I quote Serre here, the traditional problem of pure versus scientific experience is a false problem. I know what the latter is. I know what perceptual experience is, but there is no pure experience. Experience without modality is nothing. Both terms of the connection must be modally determined. For instance, perceiving, perceived, or labor, work, and technology, techniques, and so on. Original experience is nothing, end quote. But I think what Serre, what the idea that I want to bring forward is that for Serre, this kind of self-critique is not just this idea that there is no pure experience, which is one, the pure world is one abstraction from that scheme, but there's the other one as well, the kind of the pure subject that is also there, as having the experience. And indeed, Serre introduces a set of arguments in a way of, well, doubting this transcendental subject or the transcendental aspect of the subject. And I think there are some familiar arguments here. The structuralism is, of course, there. Also information theory, where it's not just subjects exchanging information, but also the world. But again, maybe the two more interesting arguments are one, the argument of technology again here. It basically says, we are at a moment where we are losing control over technology. So there is a kind of, again, kind of agency activity in the technology that is not the subject. We really cannot understand what's happening there. But I think the most important argument here is this fascination that he has also with the astrophysical revolution. In the sense that the kind of idea of course, we had the Copernican revolution, not the Earth, but the sun is the center. But there is, in a way, the more important revolution, basically realizing the sun is also not the center. The sun is just an arbitrary point, and you can pick another sun. There are no centers. This kind of abolishment of the center. Let me quote him here. So to remove this incomplete model, the Copernican model, to place it among the infinity of possible models, to describe the infinity of these models and their coordination, to think the relation of rigorous structures to the domains they inform or must inform, to put out of circuit for this purpose the description of the possible activity of the eye of the subject, and so that must be out of circuit, is therefore the first of our concerns and the heart of our program. Right? That's how he describes it in these early notebooks. Or another quote, there can no longer be a dominant point of view, a privileged object, a primary structure. There can no longer be a universal reference. There is only the pluralism of immense regions of knowledge, none of which has the privilege of priority, but each of which has the role of exemplarity. The single unique problem is that of the transversal structural unity of this plurality. In short, that of the analogical encyclopedia. And it is in this context that he also really revokes this form of idealism, right? And where he indeed says, I am a Platonist, not an idealist. A final quote that I want to give. It's actually a longer quote, but okay. I've always been an idealist, right up to the experimental sciences, whose ideal apparatuses only seem to be gradually building an ideal world, our own world, right up to the technicity itself, whose object were only to trace the illusion deposited by our activity, until I asked myself the problem of the effective relationship with the subject, and to realize that the effective relationship is not necessarily constant and indispensable. That the constructed object exists, in fact, without me, that it is posited and remains so without my act of positioning, that mathematics, science, speaks and thinks alone without the subject, just as a dam holds back water without the subject who thought and built it, remaining along its arc. And so in that sense, I mean, the way how I want to trace it back now to this question of radical empiricism is indeed that there is an attention to experience for Serre, but not this idea of, or this question of who is the one having the experience in a certain sense. That's the question, right? And for Serre, really the model is not a kind of question of one subject having that experience as the center, but precisely what he also calls in this early text, this model of importation, this pass of one model from the other, a kind of substitution. So what he's interested in is not tracing back concepts, etc., to an original experience or something of that kind, but really tracing the transformations, the translations, the importations of this model from one to the other. And so to conclude, I mean, one way to conclude is the following with this question of, was already mentioned by Stephen, of the critique, this question of critique in both authors. Right? Both have a kind of critique of critique, if you want to put it that way. They don't like critique as an activity. But strangely enough, again, in the later Latour, when he turns to this radical empiricism, there does seem to be a possibility of critique there, or a very normative stance that was not really there in the early work. And again, he builds that on Stengers, etc., and on Whitehead. Very simply put, this kind of normative criteria of science can be good if it's risky. And that means if it's able to let the object of experience question the subject of experience. Right? That the object that we are studying can put our questions into question. But so the question that I want to end with is precisely, if Latour is reintroducing this radical empiricism here, is he not also in a way still reintroducing a kind of subject here? Or differently put, this question is, if empiricism is all about experience matters, whose experience are we talking about? Does a kind of radical empiricism, and even in Latour, ultimately not still smuggle in a kind of a humanism in there, like human experience matters in that sense, in that kind of radical empiricism that he's articulating there. Whereas, again, at least Latour at other moments, and especially Serre, yes, it's about experience, but kind of more than human experience, rather, that matters, rather than just the human. And so the kind of question here, whereas once I was very enthusiastic about that empiricism, my question now is really, and it's open, is it not maybe because this kind of radical empiricism, this tracing back of experiences to one foundation in a kind of subject, is precisely the reason why Serre would never endorse it? All right, thank you.
Well, thank you for a fantastically rich paper. It was wonderful. Can I just check whether is this quite wrong or right?
Oh.
So it's technical idealism, the reverse side of the coin of radical empiricism. Is that how it works? Because otherwise I don't think I am.
I mean, there's yes and no in that sense, right? But there's the affinity in the sense that both think about our abstractions not as just reality as it really is, but practical tools we have introduced in the world in function of our experience.
Okay.
Right? So the goal is to trace also these technical models back to what we can do with them, and not just the model we have, the laws of nature that we have are not just, that's a realist position, the opposite of their empiricism, right? That they are the reality as it really is, or something like that. That's not the ambition, at least, of this kind of reflection on science and technology.
Thank you. Right. Who's bold enough? Yes.
Can I just ask a short question about the knowledge?
Oh, right. Do you want to ask questions? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a question about the characterizations of nominalism you were using, and contrasting that with a kind of relationalism. Yeah, I was just wondering about that. I mean, not saying that you're wrong, but another way of looking at nominalism is no, it's not just that it is individuals, it's acute hostility to universals. Yeah, that's the trouble. It's just using words like substance or nature and etc. etc. A hideous hypothesis, as say David Hume would call substance. And I do wonder if that kind of nominalism as hostility to universals is at all exclusive of kinds of relationalism. Yeah, I don't see the sense in which it kind of rules it out. Yeah, that's my question about the kinds of nominalism and empiricism and relationalism you were talking about.
I think the short answer is, so I was referring you to Barry Allen, and he indeed, basically his point is it's often defined in that way against universals, but for him that's too narrow. It's not just universals. There's often a hostility to all kinds of other relations of how things are connected that are also often excluded in these forms of empiricism.
Yeah.
But this hostility towards universals, I mean, in a certain sense, it's very another way to also characterize empiricism as a whole tradition, right? A kind of a skepticism towards metaphysics, towards abstract concept, etc. But so that's the charitable reading of nominalism, that they in a way are very close to empiricism, but they in a way, that's the critique, then they radicalize that by being over hostile towards any form of relation. Because they always think that's a universal that we have smuggled in here. And that goes again beyond experience. Then.
No, I think I agree with all that. I put it even more strongly with reference to classical early modern empiricism. I think it's formative for it, not just an adjunct, really. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, you were next.
Sit down.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a really great paper. I enjoyed it a lot and sparked a lot of thoughts as well. I have a couple of questions. I tried to limit it to maybe two. The first one is at the beginning and also throughout the paper, you were often talking about it's not only the sense data empiricism. And I was wondering whether with Serre, kind of also understanding how he is allied with different forms of empiricism, whether this is really the case that we can say only sense data or even information, what he calls information, in terms of that it's kind of this sort of enchanted and non-reductionist idea of information data. I don't know so much of, but kind of maybe you can say something about that kind of this notion of the only is maybe a sort of key to unlock how he maybe twists also like a certain empiricism that might seem reductionist at first. This is my first question. And then the other one is, I was thinking about a quote a lot when you were talking, which is, I forgot in which Hermes, but it's the one with, my body is plunged into a multiplicity of spaces. It works in one space, it talks in one, it touches in one, and suffers in another. And I've been thinking about this notion of my body, because he doesn't say I, and he doesn't say we. And I felt like exactly at this intersection, this random body, which is his body or someone else's body, at this random intersection, this is sort of maybe a notion of experience that, I don't know, is taking place, but maybe a little bit parallel to what you were saying with kind of his reaction to the Monod and Althusser dispute. What is he reacting to by kind of withdrawing from a, I don't know, phenomenological idea of experience? or these things, or what is he pushing against? Why does he formulate it in that way?
Yeah, I think you notice very well in this line, not only sense data, the important is the only, right? Because I think also back of this Whitehead quote. I mean, it's perfectly fine to say we can also understand the world as sense data, but it's an additional form to understand the world rather than the only one. So the problem is that you ignore other ways to experience it. And indeed, I think in Serre, in many of his texts, I think there is also in the Hermes book this text on a kind of mathematization of experience, right? Which in very much goes in that direction. And in a certain sense, yes, for Serre, that's another experience that he wants to explore there. But again, as far as you can link in then to a kind of radical empiricism, the point would be it's not either or in that sense. It's a new, different way that these scientific developments, these models help us to explore the experiences that we have. And then the we is in a certain sense the second question of, I think that's a good suggestion, this notion of the body that indeed he often prefers above the subject, which is more open to this kind of undefinedness or multiplicity, manifolds, etc., many different elements, also immediately links it to the objects and not just subjects. So I think that's an interesting way to think about that. But I thought maybe, in a way, I think the central point of my paper was perhaps best said by Bernadette in her presentation, in the sense of this lieutenant, so this placeholder, this idea like the interest is not the substance. The interest is precisely the kind of the movement between all these things. And indeed, adding an extra model to that, an extra way of experiencing a certain phenomenon, is not interesting in its own way, but interesting in what it does to these movements, or where we can import that model to have, in a way, if you want to use that term, have new experiences about other phenomena as well. Like, once we have this information theory, we revisit these other texts and we, in a way, experience them differently. So as far as is that enemy, maybe I think this physical revolution, in a way, captures that. So the enemy is this idea of any philosophy, in a certain sense, that it still believes in a center, in that sense. And probably that has to do with this violent element, with even the Girardian element, if you want, of if you have this center, you are in a way reducing the rest to it, or it becomes a kind of periphery of it, and that leads to trouble for Serre. I think that's how we typically think about that.
So Bernadette has a question, and then we're going to ask people online if they have any questions. Yeah, that's warning you people.
Yeah, they can, if online, you could raise your hand and those who want to raise question. So I had a question. Would you say that Serre's radical empiricism could be because there is knowledge without subjects? I mean, the things of the world are knowing themselves. You remember the gnomon, and the gnomon is knowing itself. So it's radical empiricism, the experience of the world is producing knowledge, but you don't need a subject for that.
Yeah.
And any object is a producer of knowledge. To me, this is what, for Serre, it's radical empiricism.
Yeah.
I don't know if you will include that.
No, I think that points to something interesting. I think it's also something, at least you said, or that I draw from your presentation, but that Elie also mentioned to me, maybe it's more Whitehead than James, right? That for Serre, even paradoxically, in the sense of this kind of more speculative empiricism, rather than this radical empiricism that uses this notion of pure experience, or as this kind of criteria of the human experience as the criteria of relevance. Whereas for Serre, indeed, it's also about the world experiencing itself.
Yeah.
And that's a different way, a different kind of empiricism.
Yeah. Yeah, so someone going to help me here? How do we know who wants to speak?
Is there
Does anybody want to ask
I
questions?
don't think there is a hand.
Where?
No, I don't think.
They can.
Oh, they can. Okay.
They can.
Anyone want to ask the questions?
They can raise.
You're going to be too
Ne
late.
dám kursa. Ma kursa nevene.
Well, there's nothing I can do. Did you?
There's a lot of
Yes.
Joanna.
I'm wondering if there's some relation between a notion of radical empiricism and a notion of a radical humanism. I was wondering whether there seems to be where there's a kind of parallel disruption of the notion of
Oh, that's interesting. What do you think?
subject.
Did you hear what she said?
Yeah.
So when Christina asked about technical idealism, I was wondering whether radical humanism that looks a bit like a, let's say, Darwinism or whatever.
Yeah.
It was a wonderful paper. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so let me repeat for the people online. So the question is there a link between radical empiricism and radical humanism, especially in the Université du Humanisme and these later texts? In a way, yes, but also there, the way how we subverts that notion of humanism there, right? Precisely as humanism is not again about having certain properties or certain experiences, but is in a way an open, I mean, it's in a way again a movement of different things almost. That's how he thinks about humanism in that sense. So
So it would be a sort of transformation rather than a
yeah,
sort of,
I think again that's one of these quotes that I also gave about his idealism, right? So that the problem was, or the shift happens from this realization that the kind of the effective relation with the subject is not necessarily constant and indispensable. In the sense that also in this kind of humanism, it's not about a kind of constant element, but in an open movement as a form of humanism.
Yeah. Okay, I think we've come to the end now. I mean, so a break for tea. Nobody online seems to have. No, okay. So we'll break for tea now and start again at 4:30.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Those three wonderful first speakers. Also, I brought along a couple of copies of this new volume on Serre in modern and contemporary France that I co-edited with Sinan Richards. And I'll just leave, don't take them away, please. I wanted to bring a lot along, but it turned out that to have more than two, I mean, that's the two editors' copy.
Yeah.
It took 3 months, so I'm afraid that's just two, but do have a look at them and don't take them away. Thank you. That's great.
What they do nowadays, Christina. I on the board of it's called 40.
Right.
And they produce a hard.
Okay, everyone. We are going to begin our second and final panel of the afternoon. My name is Max. It's a pleasure to be chairing this panel, whose theme is translations. We have three fantastic speakers lined up for you. In the spirit of translations and addition, and not in the spirit of critiquing the format of the first panel, our panel prefers to keep 30 minutes at the end for questions. So we will do that. And I will just dive in so we don't have to, so we can stick as close to the schedule as we can. Our first speaker is Lilian Kroth, who is at the University of Fribourg. Lilian is a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Fribourg, where she works on conceptual critiques of remote sensing and the role of imagination in visions from above. Her PhD at the University of Cambridge engaged with Michel Serres' philosophy of limits and the passages these forge between the philosophy of science and critical theory. She is an associated researcher at the Centre Marc Bloch in Berlin and the University of Groningen, and one of the organizers of the CRASH with 2 S's research network called Remote Sensing Ice Instruments Imagination in Cambridge. Prior to that, she studied philosophy at the University of Vienna and fine arts with a focus on drawing at the Academy of Fine Arts in Vienna. And her paper this afternoon is called What Does It Mean to Translate?
Thank you, Max, and thank you very much for inviting me. It's a really great event, and I'm really happy to be here. I will directly start with the risk that we have some overlaps. I mean, I think kind of that's the experience maybe of everyone. that someone else makes a contribution that you thought is just one part of your paper, but it's a very nice way of folding and unfolding together, perhaps. Okay, to investigate modes of translation in Serre and Latour, I would just like to keep some questions, very basic questions in mind, of kind of looking at what is translated into what, which are the genres and forms of expressions that are at stake, what themes are implicitly negotiated, how these operations and gestures proceed, and how translation manifests in terms of a methodological self-reflection as well. Taking as a starting point the differences of Serre's translation between knowledges and Latour's translation between actors, just as a starting point, the following, or I will try to test out in the following alternative concepts and metaphors to explore some of the philosophical implications that perhaps exceed this preliminary contrast. So that doesn't work.
Just click on the,
no.
click on the
anywhere. Just in anywhere, okay.
But I think the arrow will work though.
Yes, thank you. Rather than a distinct opposition, I take the relationship between Serre's and Latour's understanding of translation in terms of comparable stretches of the linguistic meaning, which is probably kind of the aspect I will not really talk about, the linguistic translation. Then also shared ambivalences, differentiating branches. Yet it also seems important to draw attention to different usages of the concept of translation within their respective works. For example, in Serre, translation takes on the meaning of connecting, of navigation, but also of filtering. There is at times a particular empiricist meaning to it, as we just heard, and especially in later writings, a transformative potential of translation. In Latour, the empiricist insistence seems yet to come with different implications, stressing the role of shifts in translations, so translation as a form of shifting, closely related to figurative and agential contours of entities within a network. Something similar could be said about translation as navigation. It is a shared and yet distinct method in Latour's idea of network translations, itself developing and changing context throughout his work. I will start with some observations of Serre's notion on translation, in particular by drawing attention to Serre's earlier Leibnizian engagements and a later usage in, for instance, Bayeugia, to then move towards Latour's idea of translation in his work on Pasteur and on modernity's Great Divide. Okay. Serre translates texts, formulas, images, and sounds. Various books are concerned with translations of, pardon, of and between painting, science, literature, and noises. The method is, however, explicated only sparingly. Merely a couple of pages at the beginning of Hermes 3 or Hermes 5 contain some direct methodological expositions. Most of the exposition is implicated into concreter engagements, something that Latour appreciates as the absence of a meta-language in Serre. Serre translates, for example, between Leibniz and contemporary mathematics, between Descartes and statics, between Latour and Pascal, or Turner and Carnot. The translating path, especially taking between the sciences and humanities, and also the arts, is not a smooth passage, as Serre emphasizes, but a complicated zigzag line. From early on, Serre reads Leibniz through a topological network of connections in a vast text that attempts to undertake radically formalized work on methodological issues, while at the same time raising metaphorological questions of translation. Translation in Serre's Leibnizian structuralism appears as a way of tracing the becoming of specific concepts between distinct languages, a translation of forms, but also to thematize the analogy between two systematic states or regions. By implying a myriad of substitutions, these analogies are not linear. Rather, they would suggest a non-trivial isomorphism as opposed to a simple correspondence, in the words of Chris Watkin. Translating in Hermes means to navigate through a plurality of qualitatively different autonomous spaces without common edges. It is a passage through spaces which do not border onto each other. Sect distinguishes translation as traduction from induction, deduction, and production in the first page of his book on translation, thereby implicating, obviously, several centuries of discussions on philosophical method. One of the critiques that one might consider implied here is a Leibnizian critique of Kant. This is something I would try to test out or claim, with a movement that is comparable to what he elsewhere has referred to as recurrent history. Whereas one of Kant's critiques of Leibniz concerned the intellectualization of appearances, culminating in a confusion of the empirical use of reasons with the transcendental use of reason, in the critique of pure reason in Amphiboli Kapitel in a late chapter. Sect seems to reappropriate this confusion while maintaining and twisting the question of the transcendental. I think this is crucial here. The insistence on a Leibnizian understanding of translation which searches for isomorphisms and empirical constellations across widely heterogeneous phenomena consciously skips Kant's critique, which would see such an endeavor as a mistake of category. Yet, one of the crucial concepts Kant introduces, namely that of the transcendental, is also absorbed, not to maintain a fundamental distinction in terms of the category, but to integrate its structure into a system of relations. Sect's concern with the conditioned anchorage in the objective, which he calls the transcendental objective or objective transcendental, we've also talked a little bit already about this, finds itself on ephemeral and structurally varying grounds. To give an example, according to Sect, the emergence of topology as a mode of conceptualization is an historically, geographically, and climatically situated phenomenon, comparable to his notion that dry Greece, I quote him here, would remain the kingdom of geometers. Topology has to go beyond the pillars of Hercules to have some idea of it through the seas where there is no guarantee that the hazy fog-shrouded distance is subject to the same laws as what is in close proximity. The invariance of the objective transcendental cannot be defined by the essence of its category, that of the conditions of possibility, as these are always already saturated with meaning. This shows in the example of the gnomon as well, a standing stick measuring time, which is also a logos, one which translates into geometry's aesthetic, political, and legal formations via what he calls the law of projective transformation. The condition of possibility here cannot be abstracted from the sun, the stick, and the shadow. Nor can these be abstracted from temperature differences and the error of time, such as in the translations between the paintings of Turner and Sadi Carnot's work on thermodynamics. Strikingly, thermodynamics' error of time is also posed as a question of historicity here. In Sect, Carnot does not translate Turner, but Turner translates Carnot. Translation of an entropic worldview here means anticipation, thereby exposing translation as a parallelism of meaning and not as a representation or illustration of an original source. 3 decades after his text on Turner and Carnot in Hermes 3, Sect places Turner's what he calls pyrotechnical canvases in yet another translation. Ice core samples in Greenland provided witness of the eruption of volcano Mount Tambora in Indonesia in 1815, leading Sect to trace translations between the library in a refrigerator and the paintings of the foggy skies in London in the year without a summer. So here, the time lapses are also quite important to understand the translations going on. From here, we can move to another side of translation, which is related to the question of empiricism. And that is actually a part that I would like to skip now, because I think we had a brilliant paper just on that. I just read part of this of the passage because I think maybe it's a good starting point for discussion as well. To translate with Serre, and this is something I kind of stumbled upon with biogia, can also mean to transform or to make sense of perceptions. This sense of translation seems to unfold particularly in later writings, such as biogia, also one time in the Natural Contract. And it takes up questions of the natural contract and the five senses sort of simultaneously. He asks, how can a declaration of open war be translated into a pact or contract? Or what is it saying? Does it have some meaning? Who is speaking? He invites us to listen to the many voices and noises of the natural world, which have to be translated. The blowing of the wind or the rumbling of the earth. And I quote, announcing that the wall is cracking and is going to collapse. Yes, the one which uneasy were perched. Serre mobilizes translation as the method concerning the space of text for a description of the textuality of the natural world in the sense of coded nature. So, yeah, so I'm just referring to this kind of very simple definition that he also gives us at the beginning of Hermes 3, kind of distinguishing traduction from kind of production, induction for different sort of disciplines. But then it gets transferred to other disciplines again. Perhaps a parallelism between poetics and physics is at play here, one in which a textual reading of the natural world finds itself based on an invariance of code, without this again evoking originality or an ultimate key. Translating then means to trace an isomorphism of information. Translation in this context might be similar to, I'm a bit behind, might be a bit similar to the transition between sensing and sense-making in the framework of Matthew Fuller and Weizmann's work on investigative aesthetics, which they tellingly also call translation, and in a way sits a little bit between Serre and Latour here, I would say. Sensing as a way to register or to be affected is not confined to humans, but to a myriad of organisms, material substances, and surfaces. Here, the focus lies on the transition between the sheer infinitive of perceptible data through sensing on the one hand, and on the other hand, the making of sense, that is the creation of some kind of knowledge. This form of translation can be thought of as both a crystallization and a filter. A sense is stabilized, but it also excludes what it considers it to be noise. The question Serre thus continues to ask is whether translations can be equally translated back or not. Can, for instance, a vocalization be translated back into the wind? Can a contract be translated back into conflict? Or can geometry be translated back into topology? The last, in terms of the answer to the last question is a clear no, kind of that he gives us in the origins of geometry. Keeping in mind the idea of, or the possibility of retranslation, I would now like to move to Latour, and especially shed some light on his work on pasta have never been modern.
Maybe you need to translate that.
Yeah. It's probably we need to mute someone.
No, it's upstairs.
Ah, it's upstairs. Okay. We need to, yeah. Latour's pasteurization of France is dedicated to Michel Serre, and he writes to Michel Serre and all of those who are crossing his Northwest Passage. And now my question is, how does Latour use the concept of translation? Maybe one note that I just found interesting is that in the work on pasteurization of France, there's a lot of references to Latour, to Serre, but mostly via the Parasite and not via his fourth book on Hermes, which has a lot of very explicit negotiations with Pasteur. I mean, maybe that's of no importance, but just found it interesting. How does Latour use the concept of translation in the pasteurization of France? What is translated into what, and what sense of translational gestures are at play? The Revue Scientifique from 1870, the year of France's defeat, to 1919, the date of the revenge, but also of a terrible defeat at the hands of influenza, is Latour's main corpus to explore translations in this context. The elements are heterogeneous in category and scale, ranging from France to groups such as the hygienists, Pasteurians, the person or figure Pasteur, to the micro-parasitical microbes, to concepts such as energies of social movement, wealth, and health. Translation is consulted as a performative movement between those elements of different kinds. It seems that here Latour mobilizes translation as a way of moving within networked relations and proposes translation in the sense of stabilization, or maybe we could also say some form of crystallization of meaning. So suggesting a direction of transferal. So that's what he also does. He suggests a direction of transferal in the course of which he discusses the possibility of retranslation. And then thirdly, he takes issue with the conditional structure of translation. Translation as a process of stabilization or crystallization, which also encompasses an inherent element of mistranslation, is at stake when Latour describes the Pasteurians, who not only reveal the microbes, but also translate the intention of the hygienists, which themselves translated the conflict between health and wealth. This crystallizing process has only a minimum trace of representation. Rather, it is characterized by displacement, transformation with aspects of misunderstanding and biased shaping of meanings and practices. The Pasteurians didn't represent, they translated. The second issue concerns retranslation. Latour describes the work of the Pasteurians with multiple steps of retranslation between field and laboratory, which do not map onto each other, but each time come with shifts. By retranslating, the original element cannot be accessed. A new element has to be created. In the appendix of the book, Latour also added a diagram of Pasteur's zigzag path, showing his trajectory between research subjects, disciplines, and ever larger group that were in his reach. Thirdly, Latour repeatedly stresses that there is no a priori condition of how translation chains proceed, meaning that the hierarchy of the elements is not preconditioned, as well as their continuous existence over time. The respective fields, such as, for example, the field or laboratory, are themselves shaped and constituted by the translational processes, leading to, for example, a language of variation of virulence, which can then be further translated. Latour also stresses the style of translations can be related to its content, like in the case of hygiene, for instance, he discusses that. Thus, the premise seems to be that the conditions of translations are formed through the acts of translation. Then, something I found interesting, a fairly flexible framework of translations conditions and what it does, what gestures are at play, what actors are involved, gets twisted into a more narrow sense, and we have never been modern. When Latour brings translation into opposition to purification, marking the great divide of modernity. Rather than translation encompassing the meaning of a filter, it now becomes opposed to it, in order to trace the modern production of difference through the proliferation that takes place at the modern frontier, at the margin between translation and purification. In this later work, the conditions are determined. Translation means connecting the unconnected in a process that has purified elements into disconnected ones beforehand, even if in recognition of their relation. Both Serre and Latour's translation, rather than relying on categories of the human or non-human, yield answers to how elements are considered as entities within a structure, how the networks of elements of different kinds, networks on elements of different scales is possible, and how the structure of those entities themselves can differ beyond its relation of connection. Inspired by what he considers a Seresian acriticality, Latour uses the figure of the network to avoid a meta-language and then against that to create an infra-language. He stresses that a network emerges in the making as a mode of inquiry rather than a fixed form. Taking into account Latour's emphasis on a three-dimensional topology as opposed to flatness when he sort of when he clarifies A and T in a couple of papers. He also refers to the installation by Thomas Saraceno. It seems that the transitions possible in such network are conditioned by connection, and as such, perhaps the network comes close to what Hans Blumenberg has also understood as an absolute metaphor. And here is maybe a difference also with regards to Serre. Serre's proposal of a navigational passage of communication and translation might have to be imagined slightly differently, going back to a point from earlier. Having to move through a variety of bridges, holes, pits, fissures, and branches, the translational passages do not link elements within a common space, rather they designate complex and partly paradoxical relational spatial operations, such as connecting, separating, linking, reducing, filtering, etc., in coexistent spaces. These spaces do not link into a smooth traffic space, but remain difficult to travel through inasmuch as the discourse in question creates a connective path by seeking its passage. Serre's proposal of translation does not provide a discourse of a parcours, but rather a parcours of a discourse, in which connecting is only one way of translating. Okay, a couple of conclusions, or just maybe a brief summary. With a conceptual and methodological focus, I have tried to follow up on some ideas of translation implicated into these concrete projects, such as the search for translations of widely different matters, such as thermodynamics, sounds, painting, microbes, or hygiene. Just one interesting thing is maybe that it's that there's a tendency to look at phenomena in the 19th century. I don't know if that's of any importance. Serre's formalist engagement with translation moves towards one that stresses a transformative moment of translation as a way of making sense or contract. Latour's work, on the other hand, or at least those selected writings, the two that I have shed light on here, holds an interesting ambivalence of translation as a type of relation that is able to sustain the meaning of filtering or purifying, and another meaning in which translation as connecting is openly opposed to purification. So Serre's and Latour's translation differ in their shared concern with empiricism and a translational network. The operationality of Latour's idea of translation hinges on an idea of network that places different elements in a space in which connections can be mapped out. In Serre, different from that, the network itself seems to be composed of different unconnected spaces and heterogeneously structured elements, which only through the act of translation create a form of relation. The nature of the relation, however, remains undetermined. Furthermore, whereas empiricism in Serre embarks on, his philosophy of entropy and the coupling of thermodynamics and information theory, Latour's empiricism, I mean, I'm saying this just very briefly because I think that there's so much to uncover here, is embedded in a sociological reading of natural cultural networks. And to end with, I don't know how I am in time. I wanted to end with perhaps looking at these two cases of thinking about, I've been thinking a lot when writing this paper about like mussels and scallops, because it comes in various times, I think, probably you as well. I don't know. It's maybe a good transition. And also interestingly, because I've just been rereading it a bit, and kind of with this reference to not only to Kant's critique of pure reason, but also to the critique of judgment, in which mussels also play an important role because they are exemplary for what he calls the beautiful. But this is, of course, like I mean, it's interesting. It's in a way anecdotal, but I think there's also something going on in terms of, I mean, kind of the categorization and also a form of translating kind of this phenomenon. The first empiricist translation, is connected to Michel Calon's famous paper on Scallops entitled Some Elements of a Sociology of Translation, in which he traces translation between three types of actors: the marine biologist, the fishermen, and the scallops, whose populations witnessed a significant decline in the 1970s. In this sociological grounding, translation is a process which creates a situation where certain actors control others as a consequence of the displacement and transformations made by another actor. Next to that stands, this is an artist and engineer, Natalie Yeremienko's project Melbourne Mussel Choir, a public artwork that uses marine organisms to collect data about and represent the real-time water quality. By instrumenting mussels with Hall effect sensors, which indicate the opening and closing of their shells, and by giving them each a voice, converting the data into sound, the artwork uses the behavior of the organisms themselves as a biologically meaningful measure of pollutant exposure in order to produce a public spectacle. So that's kind of sound installation. I would like to end with this juxtaposition complemented with the juxtaposition of two questions, one by Serre and one by Latour, which are how would my words let the world without words speak without me? Famous little quote from Biogia. And how can one claim that worlds are untranslatable when translation is the very soul of the process of relating? Thank you.
Right, so switch over. No, this here, that people can see here. Okay,
That's fine.
that's all right.
Okay.
Okay, that's screen share.
It's good enough. Okay.
Okay, great. I will now introduce our second speaker of this panel, Elie Düring, who is an associate professor in philosophy at Université Paris-Nanterre and a member of the IREF at Nanterre, the Institut de Recherche Philosophique. His current research focuses on the philosophical and wider cultural implications of the concept of nonlinear time and simultaneity at the crossroads of science, metaphysics, and art. And his publications include several critical editions, two on Bergson, or at least two on Bergson, Henri Bergson, Durée et Simultanéité, and Henri Bergson, Le Souvenir du Présent et la Fausse Reconnaissance, published in 2009 and 2012, respectively. And more recently, Gaston Bachelard, La Dialectique de la Durée, published in 2022. And his talk for you now, building on our conclusion on Scallops, is Scallops and Structures, Serre's Paradoxical Contribution to the Sociology of Translation.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the organizers for inviting me over to participate in this general reevaluation of the twisted genealogy between Latour and Serre. So translation is, of course, part of the issue. And I was expecting many redundancies with our last speaker, but in fact, I didn't have to cut much, which is not good news because I was hoping to be, a bit shorter. So let's start. In different places, Latour and Michel Calon as well have claimed that translation, traduction, in the sense of the sociology of translation, Sociologie de la traduction, was taken on from Serre's work with reference to Hermes 3, La Traduction, and to the Parasites, those two books in particular. And of course, this is a source of misunderstanding because
Even if we assume, and I guess this is a claim we could agree on, that Latour and Calon have in fact extracted what they needed from Serre's idea of translation by coupling it with the concept of quasi-object, the idea that their notion of translation is in fact the result of a hybridization between translation and quasi-object in Serre. Even if we assume this, there still remains wide differences in the way they and the levels on which they approach this notion of translation. But that is my first claim, that in fact you cannot make sense of the way translation in Serre has been translated into the Calon-Latour translation if you don't realize that they have fused together traduction and quasi-object in some particular sense, and which of course amounts to turning the quasi-object into a quasi-subject, which was already suggested by Serre himself, from the perspective of a renewed theory of agency, the theory of actants, in the sense of actant network theory. The problem, I will argue, is, to begin with, the problem is that the word traduction is not a stable signifier within the work of each of these authors, starting with Serre. So I want to clarify this first before moving on to the kind of misunderstanding that I have in mind. Well, let me start by saying that, well, of course, in both cases, Latour and Serre, I will say Latour from now on, not have to say Latour-Calon each time, okay? In both cases, Serre and Latour, there's more to translation than the mere passage from one language to another. What is at stake, as Serre writes in his Éloge de la philosophie en langue française, is the following, I quote, "Le concept unitaire de traduction est la forme structurale de tout transport pris en général. The structural form of every transport," you might say every transduction, "in general." This is a very large, very wide claim, typical of Serre in some of his most abstract moments. As it turns out, so the structural form of every transport, what matters to Serre is the operation of crossing or cutting across suggested by trans in transport and translation. Translation, or traduction, must be approached through this particular preposition that the word itself showcases. And I quote, this is in the conversation with Latour, "Each of my books describes a relationship often expressed by a unique preposition, interférence, for the spaces and times that are between, communication, or contract, for the relation expressed by the preposition with, con, translation for across." In French is traduction, but same story. The para side for beside, para, and so on. And then he adds, statues is my counter book, and asks the question, what happens in the absence of relations? Have you touched on this, Bernadette? Okay. I'll come back to this shortly, but the fact is that this is the main point of my talk. This is the main point I wish to address. Can the concept of translation, as presented by Serre, and I will have to say a few more things, of course, can this concept of translation truly accommodate a measure of that's a difficult one, irrelationality, de l'irrelationalité? How so? How much? The absence of relations. And of course, this is a question I wish to address, that I wish to raise in relation to Latour in particular. So let's come back for now to this preposition, trans, in translation, trad, in traduction. Like every other preposition, trans denotes a way of tracing relations more than it fixes the outlines of these relations, says Serre. This is in the same conversation with Latour. It denotes a way of tracing relations more than the outlines of these relations themselves, meaning that translation, the way it's taken here, is performative, essentially performative. It's not about structures or structural properties that structures may share, such as the equivalence between different, models of the same structures and so on. This is part of the story, of course, but what matters in the concept of translation is what those structural forms or structural properties allow us to think consistently, namely certain operations of connection that are not external relations, mere bridgings, but that are relations that rather constitute and transform what they are about. They are constitutive and transformative relations. I think this is essential to understanding the way Serre approaches the concept of translation. So here we can refer to Hermès 3, La Traduction. I quote, examining the operation of translation. This is the program, examining the operation of translation, not defining it in the abstract, but making it function the most broadly and in the most diverse fields, inside of canonical knowledge and its history, along the relations of the encyclopedia and the philosophies, in the plural, on the side of the fine arts and the texts that speak of exploited labor, etc. It is no longer a question of explication, but of application. So in a sense, dwelling in the abstract, general, philosophical definition of translation is of little interest, to say. And in the same vein, he emphasizes that, I quote again, this is from Interférence, Hermès 2, pure, what he's interested in, he says, is the pure movement of translating, the movement of translating one language into another, the pure possibility of exchange, of transfer, without a first or final reference, the pure possibility of interference. And here, of course, comes an essential concept, interférence, interference, that I think helps a lot in understanding the particular way Serre becomes interested in this general issue of translation. Interference, interference, points to the fact that the kind of movement involved in translation is not a fluid, a smooth, a seamless transport or displacement of information. The reference is not obvious, and in fact, it becomes real. It becomes clear through the movement of transport itself. And translation can be a rough ride, as the expression passage du nord-ouest, northwest passage suggests. Now, this is also so general that I think everybody would agree, beginning with Latour, of course. Everybody agrees with this way of approaching translation, okay? But now a closer look will, I think, reveal that this broad definition given by Serre and this general program of examining in situ the general operation of translation, I think a closer look reveals that this general definition given by Serre and the one you find in Latour are in a relation of quasi-homonymy. You realize this by zooming in. And it's really a matter of scale, because again, at a certain level of generality, everybody agrees. And Serre very often offers a broad conceptual scheme, which, when you look closer, admits a variety of applications, which make you doubt whether there is a unified concept in the end. So it's just as the word time in Serre, or you might say that translation, in fact, refers to a spectrum of models and techniques, from relations of equivalence or isomorphism between models with minimal transformation, through a diversity of more or less complex anamorphic distortions between structures and schemes pertaining to different, possibly heterogeneous fields of meaning. There's a wide array of applications which again pertain to this general idea of translation, but in very different senses. So the mathematical origins of the idea is obvious in Serre, and this is what Latour has a hard time admitting. Here I can be faster because Massimiliano touched upon this, referring to the famous moment in the exchange between Latour and Serre, where the privilege of the fast-thinking mathematician raises certain doubts on Latour's part. And of course, Serre acknowledges the question/objection and kind of doubles down, saying that yes, there is such a thing as mathematical thought. It allows for very fast connections across widely different domains of meaning. And what Latour seems to miss in all this, I think, is the depth of Serre's attachment to a certain idea of what Bachelard called formal causality. Well, Aristotle to begin with, la causalité formelle. A certain way things are connected across time and space, acting at a distance upon each other, or maybe not acting, but entertaining connections of a formal nature, which are not projections of the mind, but which kind of speak to the fact that reality itself, nature, but also varieties of cultural forms, share common patterns and structures, and as a result, common problems, which translational techniques can address, can reveal, and explore. Is this idealism? I'll let Massimiliano answer this question, but it's certainly a certain attachment to this notion of formal causality, which I think Latour, by principle, would reject. I may have to come back to this. When did I start?
5 past.
5 past, okay. So a good example of this kind of mathematical approach, which guides Serre's philosophical exploration of the issue of translation, is the way information, or more particularly the concept of noise, is used, cutting across, literally cutting across different fields, the theory of signal and information, linguistics, music, literature, and the process of nature itself, biology, physical systems, and so on. So noise is typically a word that, in fact, in order to make sense of it, you have to go through the different varieties of translation that allow it to circulate across these different disciplines and fields. Now, if I had to synthesize all these ideas, I would come up with a kind of basic scheme of translation in Serre's perspective. And I would say it involves 3 basic ideas. So some things I will simply repeat, but I'll try to emphasize what is really important. First, I've introduced the idea already by using the word isomorphism, which is a word that Serre uses, especially in the first 3 terms. The notion of equivalence within heterogeneity. Isomorphism, equivalence within heterogeneity. That's the first basic idea. Then there's the notion of interference, which I already introduced. And then there's this third idea, which I kind of touched upon by introducing this notion of formal causality. There's this notion of interobjectivity, things connecting with each other in our backs, so to speak, when we don't think about them. And to an extent, even if we don't have anything to do with them. Okay. In the absence of any relation to certain phenomena within nature, there is an interobjective process going on, which implies a form of translation. And this is essential, of course. So first, the notion of heterogeneity, I guess I've said enough about this. But I will simply emphasize the fact that what matters then, of course, is since you're dealing with heterogeneous field, and since the way to connect things is not ready-made, it's not written on the sleeves of the object you're dealing with, there's probably several ways of translating, several competing translational schemes. You might say that in a strictly orthodox structuralist perspective, Serre believes that it is the intersections between different translations, and maybe the overlaps, maybe this mere coexistence of several possible but distinct translational schemes that gives an object its meaning, or reference its true meaning. So the reference is in fact provided by the very operation of translation, considered in its varieties as a non-univocal relation. And this applies, of course, to the way Serre deals with the history of science at large. I quote, "The vocation of epistemology," you might add of the history of science for that matter, "is to describe how concepts are transported." But to describe this also suggests that they might have transported it differently. So there's a measure of kind of an element of counterfactual history involved in every description that Serre provides of the evolution of concepts or theories, and the way he redescribes very familiar stories, such as Galileo's invention of modern mechanics, or the birth of thermodynamics is evidence of this, that there are different stories available, which are different ways of translating and connecting things across heterogeneous fields. And now I come to the notion of interobjectivity. I think this is essentially, we have to bear in mind that the world writes itself endlessly, as Serre says, and by the same token translates itself already in very different ways. So here is a quote, I will stick to this quote, and then I'll conclude with my two pictures. I quote, this is from Hermès 3, La Traduction, "Allosteric proteins." So he's discussing Monod and matters of biological thought. Those proteins are relays, amplifiers of signals. That's what they do. They establish, carry out, optimize communication. This is a complete network of circulation, messages and code, translation and transduction, mediators and transfers, executions and cancellations, feedbacks and controls, responses to thresholds, effects, transitions, direct and indirect circuits, homeostasis and omnipossibility, self-regulation, writing and reading, etc. So you see how translation, transduction, writing, reading, you might add the notion of storing, of memorizing, is attributed to the process of nature itself, if not in itself. Now let's turn briefly to Latour. Generally speaking, and again, at a certain level of generality, there is an obvious resonance in the way Latour appropriates the concept of translation when he says, for example, in irréduction, to say something is to say it in other words. In other words, it is to translate. We have a definition of meaning. Meaning is provided, is constituted by the operation of translating something, putting it into different words, in different words. He adds, that is to say, we cannot speak properly, au sens propre, moving from the same to the same, but only roughly moving from the same to the other. Irréduction is one of Latour's most profoundly philosophical, I mean, in the form, the writing style text that Latour has given us. And it's very interesting because you'll find a kind of Spinozist, Nietzschean, orientation and very definitive statements such as this one, written in a kind of a moire geometrical style. So if I read him, and I won't give all the quotes here, translation is basically for him the essential means of linking things with one another in a way that allows for transformation to be revealed. So you link something with something else, but as a result of being linked, it is already different. Okay, it is other. So as Calon notes, on one level, you might say that this concept of translation is meant strategically to redefine and to replace the concept of action, which as commonly used in sociology, or transformative action is in fact almost meaningless because it's a placeholder for everything that you want to project in it. It has no substantive meaning. So replacing it with translation gives it a more focused, more pointed character. And this is one of the critical issues for Calon and Latour. Use translation instead of action. And instead of actors or agents or subjects, use actants. This is maybe the moment to remember that Calon, who first explicitly introduced the notion of translation in a general program, that of the Sociology of Translation, first in 1975, and then later on in the famous paper on Scallops, dans la baie de Saint-Brieuc. In this paper, what he basically did is bring along the notion of actant, not actor, not agent, but actant, together with the notion of translation, the central point being that actants, scallops or fishermen, or the state, that actants are in effect defined by the change of translations in which they are caught, by the different ways they not only that they interact, which doesn't mean much, but the way in which they translate each other, the way they present themselves to each other through acts or operations of translations. And this central point is directly taken not from Serre, in fact, but from the structural semiotics of Greimas, okay? And this is explicit. So there is a kind of Calon pays tribute to Serre in a footnote saying that I take on this notion of translation from Hermès III, La Traduction and Parasite, as I said. But in fact, it's clear that the main concepts are taken from Greimas' concept of, or renewed concept of agency. And the way translation, in fact, is put to work cannot be understood if we stick to the Serresian reference, because that doesn't explain what they're doing. What they're doing is actually, in effect, taking Serre's very broad orientation, his focus on translation, coupling it with the idea of quasi-object, which provides a kind of a philosophical template for thinking about hybrid objects, the result of multiple translations, and formatting all this using the structural semiotics of Greimas, which itself is derived from Propp's famous formalist analysis of folk tales, and from Etienne Souriau's theory of theater drama. And so this being said, I want to end with two punctuations. It's really, so I won't go into details. I had prepared something, but this will be for another occasion. I prepared something especially for the first image, the first page, which is a page taken from a famous comic book, Gaston Lagaffe. This is Lagaffe Mérite Débat, number 13. And it is the page which Latour has chosen to write a wonderful 15 pages paper, which to my knowledge has not been translated yet, called Portrait de Gaston Lagaffe. This is our fellow here, en philosophe des techniques. I say wonderful because not only is it very funny to read, but it's a perfectly pedagogical introduction to actor network theory. And this is what I choose to present to my students when I have to say something about Latour. I refer them back to the way Latour analyzes and breaks down the successive operations of translation as they are, which bring us from the closed door up here, which of course annoys the cat. He cannot, use his legs to open the door. From there down to the last stage of this series of cascading. I don't know how to go. Oh, yeah, use the mouse. Cascading transformations and translations, which is a very odd hybrid object. A door which is half open, half closed, but technically it's closed. So according to its own program, the doors program, you might say this is the quasi-object. The door is in fact very constraining. It's the master of the game because it has kind of inherent mechanical constraints. It must pivot on its axis and be either open or shut. There's no third term. It ends up being reworked by Lagaffe's inventive very creative variety of laziness. He's a very lazy fellow. He never works in the office, but he's very busy taking care of things like this to accommodate both the cat, the seagull, and Prunelle, his boss, who's of course furious, but in a way cannot say much, because the whole point of Latour is to show that Lagarde has effectively reached a form of equilibrium or compromise where all the programs and counter programs have sort of merged into this hybrid object, which is a projection of the chains of translations that have been prompted by the various claims and demands of the different actants involved, including non-human actants. So this is one thing that perfectly kind of encapsulates what Latour and Calon, referring to scallops or seagulls or cats, have tried to achieve, namely to show how translation can be this kind of a blanket word which allows us to refer to the very precise and kind of technical operations involved in the formation of networks, basically. And then, and here I'll be super brief because this has been translated. I'm referring to, well, this is one of the pages that has been chosen in a re-edition of Serre's paper on Tintin, Les bijoux de la Castafiore. The exact title is the exact title is Les bijoux de la cantatrice Sauve. But the first part of the title I don't remember. Something different than Les bijoux. Anyways, this is an appendix to Hermes 2, L'Interférence. Was added. It was originally published in a review critique, and it is a kind of 10-page meditation on the way a comic book, Hergé, Tintin, as it is, helps us understand the mishaps of communication generally. And I think it's a very interesting counterpoint. I'll just improvise it now, and I think it will be briefer like this. A very interesting counterpoint to Latour's take on both translation, network communication, and to the way he uses Lagaffe as a reference. I'm not sure he explicitly had in mind Serre's work on Tintin, but clearly there is a parallel here. But the general lesson that Serre derives from analyzing the various, communicational mishaps that are staged by Hergé in this wonderful comic book, Les bijoux de la Castafiore. The lesson that he derives from it is a very sobering and sort of disturbing one regarding the implications of translation. So basically, if I had to sum up what he's getting at, is that the operation of translation is an adventure. It's risky. It's always threatened by the possibility, and in fact, the necessity of interference. This claim I've already made, taken up by Latour and Calon, is rather innocuous when you think of it. But what Latour is aiming at here is something darker, much darker. Interference can lead to not only miscommunication, misunderstanding, but to the sheer interruption, suspension of exchanges. There is a possibility inherent in every translation, not only of mistranslating, but of interrupting the flow. By the very act of trying to produce a translation, you may end up suspending the ongoing circulation of information. And this is both a good thing and something that we have to bear in mind as kind of a possibility that strangely resonates with the imminent possibility of death and the wider cultural and scientific issues that he referred to using the word thanatocracy. There is a dark side to the humorous, comical plot staged by Hergé, and this is the way it is phrased by Serre. Laughter is a chain a contagion, a diffusion. It is well established that epidemics spread like information. So far, so good. Networks, diffusion, epidemics. And then he adds, publicity, infection, this runs like the ferret. This is the metaphor he uses for the quasi-object. And there are many quasi-objects in this comic book, starting with the gems, the bijoux, and the damaged staircase, which acts as a node or an échangeur, where everybody converges to, and is either broken as a result, you break your leg, or redistributed in different directions. It's a very odd dispositif. And then he adds, publicity infection, this runs like the ferret, from magpies to parrots. These actants are involved in the plot, magpies and parrots. We live in the proliferation of the propagated, in a world that, depending, is that of pandemic, of noise, or of comical farce. This is getting a bit more eerie. And then he ends, these are the very last words. We must be sick. Great comedy, which is absent, would be an indication of health. We must be sick not to choke with laughter at every crossroads. And the last words are, not to cry with laughter all by ourselves. Not to cry with laughter all by ourselves. And when you reread, from this perspective, the wonderful demonstration that is given in the preceding 10 pages, which are very analytic, is one of the most precise analytic texts that I think Serre has produced on any object. He really literally describes every strip. And when you read every sentence, you can visually imagine what he's referring to, and it's extremely well done. But when you read it again, a second time with this in mind, this notion of laughing all by yourself, you realize that this is effectively a text about the kind of inherent solitude and separation and lack of communication that informs the very process of information. And he says literally that Les Bijoux de la Castafiore is a treatise in monadology. Monadology, no windows, no doors, is the concept of this substance closed upon itself, connected to the wide world through infinitely many expressive links, but essentially metaphysically closed upon itself. And this is where, my last words, this is where he introduces a kind of interesting twist or bifurcation, an interesting inflection to his theory of translation. This is where he uses, and very precisely, in the very precise context, the word interception, which of course you'll find in Hermes 2 and 3. It's, you might say, on some level, it's a synonym for interference, but interception here is directly connected with the issue of noise, the possibility of information getting stuck, not circulating anymore because it's covered by noise, because it merges back into noise. And interception here is also, in a way, the only alternative for someone who doesn't want to die alone laughing. These words I will end with are from Serre. Leave the network. It's an injunction. So this leaves some hope. It's an open door for a kind of existential and, as you'll soon realize, political strategy to avoid the alternative, to circumvent this dreadful alternative. Either you're drowned in communication, in universal communication, and in the injunction to connect, okay? The mass media, which is very much, an object of criticism for both Hergé and Serre, or you end up alone, laughing by yourself, cut from the world and severing your relations to others. The alternative is this: leave the network, escape from the cave where the fire shines, bar the process, but do it actively. Stop the ferret. You have the demon's place now. Prowl around the garden, wait for night, intercept. Hunt the ducks. They are shot down in flight. Who are we? Hunters of the truth, aimers at the truth, interceptors. Now you might think this is a discours indirect libre, How do you say this in English?
Free interactive discourse.
Thank you. Saves me some time. But it's really not, because what comes next is the barricade on the public road. To hear and be heard, the solution is obvious, but contradictory. Communication must be cut. Lighting counter fires. And of course, I guess this revolutionary figure echoes the events of 1968, which are very close when Serre writes about Hergé in that time. I'll end on this. Thank you for your patience. I hope this kind of starts certain thoughts in you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Yeah, maybe you can switch places. Okay. Thank you very much again, Elie. And now we're on to the final speaker of the day, who is Martin Crowley, who is Professor of Modern French Thought and Culture at the University of Cambridge, and also the Anthony L. Lister Fellow and Director of Studies in Modern and Medieval Languages at Queen's College. His most recent book is Accidental Agents, Ecological Politics Beyond the Human, which he published with Columbia University Press. And as you may know, he is general editor of French Studies. And his talk, pithy and to the point, is A Line in the Sand.
Thank you, Max. And thank you, Bernadette and Henriette, for your very kind invitation. It's great to be here and great to be in the Maison Française again. So I would say without further ado, there's a bit of further ado, and this is it. So in what follows, I'm going to try and stage an exploratory meeting between aspects of Michel Serres' book on the origins of geometry and the writings of two thinkers from Martinique, Malcolm Ferdinand and Suzanne Césaire, a meeting arranged by the figure of the right angle, or more broadly, by the orthogonal relation between horizontal and vertical. The wager of this gesture is that some features of their respective configurations of this relation will speak to each other in interesting ways. It remains thoroughly speculative and experimental, and I'm presenting it largely to see whether you think there's anything in it. Not least thanks to your knowledge of Serre, which is infinitely greater than mine, as you're about to find out. If it succeeds even partially, it might perhaps say something about the geopolitics of Serre's geometry, that authentically abstract, universal body of knowledge he repeatedly, through the spirals of that book, entwines with politics and especially with law, and so contribute, I hope, to our collective thinking about how Serre and Latour, as Bernadette and Henriette put it in their description of our endeavors here, reconnect philosophy with the urgent questions concerning the earth. Two quick notes before I begin. First of all, my sense of the thread that I'm going to be pulling at here emerged thanks to Lilian's wonderful doctoral work on Michel Serre, which it was my privilege not to supervise, but to accompany. And it's a pleasure to acknowledge that here. Secondly, contrary to my abstract, Latour doesn't feature in this, although the composite camp of those Latour calls the earthbound or earthlings, a term he adopts only briefly, but which I like very much. That composite earthling camp is exactly where we'll end up. Okay, so my starting point is Serre's account of two key scenes in the West's story of geometry's origins. These will both be very familiar to many, if not all of you, so I'll try and be brisk. The first is recounted by Herodotus in Book 2 of his Histories, which Serre glosses as follows. Herodotus recounts the origin of geometry. In spate, the Nile overflows and ravages the surrounding fields. priests or experts, sages or agrimensores, those they called the harpedonaptai, redistribute the parcels whose boundaries the floods have just erased to the peasants or owners. Through the excess beyond the high water level, the river erases not only the boundaries, but the entire population of living things that were growing in that space or field. Everything is torn up from it, expelled. The space becomes homogeneous, covered with silt, smooth. As this final sentence suggests, key for Serre here and elsewhere in this work, as we'll see, is the relation between versions of what Deleuze and Guattari called smooth space and striated space. In this instance, between the eradication of all existing differentiations by the flood and the re-establishment of differentiation by those Herodotus calls harpedonaptai, the scribe surveyors mapping out lines across this smooth space and reallocating the plots of land. What I want to emphasize here is the germinal role within the many-stranded spiraling history of geometry woven by Serre of what the scribe surveyors traced across the silt-covered ground, namely the horizontal line. My second scene adds to this line, forming my organizing figure here. This is the story of Thales of Miletus, who, according to different versions, was able to calculate the height of an Egyptian pyramid using 4 other measurements: the base of the pyramid, the shadow cast by the pyramid, the height of a pole, and the shadow cast by the pole. Relying on what is now called the intercept theorem, Thales' intervention mobilizes the effects of scalability offered by the properties of similar triangles, in particular similar right-angled triangles. To attain the inaccessible pyramid, writes Serre, Thales invents scale. The pyramid is not quite attained. As Serre points out, although Thales' demonstration requires 3 dimensions, the resulting theory shows the inability of every planar representation to open its dark interior to the ideal luminosity of Platonic volume. Nonetheless, it is Thales' addition of the vertical to the horizontal that interests me here, because the figure I want to pursue with Serre, Ferdinand, and Césaire is the right-angled relation between the effective horizontality of the Earth's surface within the minute segments enabling these calculations and the verticality of the intervening instrument. Sorry. Serre contrasts Thales' pole with the sundial's gnomon, making its 3rd appearance here today, I think, whose operation Thales inverts, stopping time in order to measure space. The gnomon takes on great importance for Serre, however, as already in itself a site of knowledge. Bernadette has already talked about this, and Lilian as well. And this importance resides in the cut it effects in the sun's diagonal rays, which is to say, in its verticality. Emphasizing the significance of this vertical cut, Serre observes that the particular object responsible is unimportant. Pole, stake, gnomon, anything vertical will do. Just any vertical object, he writes. Our body, for example. We participate in this event neither more nor less than the stake, since, standing, we also create shadow. Serre thus takes us to the particular orthogonal arrangement I want to think about, in which the intervening instrument is the human body, in its allegedly distinctive upright stance at right angles to the Earth. For those who would refuse Serre's model of participation, this cutting verticality is the dimension of transcendence, notably of that ontological transcendence offered by the self-exemption of man from the entire population of living things. It raises a vertical scale of values which places man above nature, as Ferdinand writes, separated by an infinite distance from all other sublunary beings, with which one can do as one likes, in Kant's memorable phrase. It is the self-congratulatory posture of Homo erectus, hands newly created for gesture and expanded tool use, mouth newly opened for language, eyes newly installed as dominant sense organs, all ready for grasping perception of the nearby and the far off. It is the verticality of that disciplinary vision which scans a cleared and pacified space, mastering this space and its populations at a distance through the ideal transparency of light, precisely that light which, as Plato occludes Thales, generates what Serres calls this authentic miracle, the appearance of these forms said to be transcendent, of these boxes, white and empty, and lastly, without obstacles, due to the definitive expulsion of the shadows. At right angles to and elevated above a ground become inert matter, the ontologically transcendent human being holds all others as material resource, drilling down the axis of its vertical transcendence to extract this resource, raising some among its number above all others, laying down these invariably racialized others precisely as exploitable matter on, in, and as the ground, as Catherine Yusoff notably has argued. Straight up, flat out, so-called modernity. And it's through this right-angle figure that Serres here meets Ferdinand and Césaire, two anti-colonial and decolonial ecological thinkers, meets them on the corner, as it were, to see what other configurations the three of them might suggest. Serres' account of extirpation as the precondition for agriculture, for example, resonates with Ferdinand's description of the imposition of what he calls colonial inhabitation. The elimination, total purge or tabula rasa of every species in a given place first produces a clearing, writes Serres. Agriculture wasn't able to begin before the complete denudation of a certain piece of land, a clean place in the inextricable tissue of vegetable or forest mantle, forming an interlacing set of percolating lives, linked to each other or not, connected, disconnected. Horizontality is here the uniform plane which results from extirpation and accommodates a monoculture whose vertical proliferation, writes Serres, passes through a cut, a tear or rift, an abrupt divergence from equilibrium in the life of the flora interlaced around abouts, facing no more obstacles due to the definitive expulsion of the shadows, we might say. Compare Ferdinand, for whom land clearance is one of the three acts of primitive accumulation, along with land grabs and massacre accompanied by the violation of women, which establish colonial inhabitation. Far from being merely a circumstance of the French colonization of the Caribbean, writes Ferdinand, cutting down the forests was a condition for inhabiting it. It was necessary to kill the woods for colonial inhabitation to be possible, so that these islands could be inhabited. For Ferdinand, colonization establishes the following relationship: to inhabit is to clear the land. Horizontality here is the plane of clearance, extirpation as condition of inhabitation. Verticality is the tear or rift through which plantation monoculture cuts abruptly into what Serres called the equilibrium of the life of the flora interlaced around abouts. And then this is Ferdinand now, meaning ruptures in the biological equilibrium of the ecosystems comprising their groups of animal or plant species, this equilibrium being replaced by a gridded layout of 3 or 4 plants. Horizontal grid of land clearance and massacre, ruinous homogeneity without obstacles, verticality of the monocultural cut of the watchtower, the overseer. Early in his account of geometry, Serres turns to Descartes. At the opening of his meditation, Descartes doubts, eliminates, expels, banishes everything hyperbolically. The operation of exclusion repeats. The thinking eye chases away the parasites, expelling everything so as to discover itself faced with the world, with the white expanse of our promised dominance, virgin wax, a tabula rasa or cleaned place again, which form a space we have to become the masters and possessors of through thought. The operation of exclusion, the white expanse of our promised dominance. I don't imagine for a moment that Serres has in mind here the production of so-called terra nullius through the threefold process of colonial inhabitation. I do find the resonances uncanny, though, and more than this, I don't think they're accidental. As the organization of the geometry book already indicates, Serre argues throughout both that geometry attains genuinely universal abstraction and that it is inextricable from the social, political, and juridical processes it is informed and through which it has emerged. The operation of expulsion is hyperbolic doubt and the luminous Platonic solids, white and empty and without obstacles, and the precondition of agriculture and of colonial inhabitation. None of these is equivalent or reducible to any of the others, nor is any of them a mere instance of an unchanging form, but they are a series of translations, no doubt, interconnected and correlated in sympathy and solidarity. One implication of this is the disqualification of any suggestion that the geometrical, as it is featured here, horizontal and vertical, X and Y, grid and cube, inherently lends itself to containment, domination, brutalization. In the configuration I've just been tracing, horizontal clearance and vertical transcendence, it plainly does. But as Joanne Bruton notably shows with reference to Jean Genet, other configurations of disciplinary forms are sometimes both possible and powerful. As Bruton puts it, as a gridded womb, the matrix incubates a remainder. So I'm now going to turn to Suzanne Césaire, for whom resistance to the ongoing regime of the plantations can be found within and against that regime's configuration of these orthogonal coordinates. In 1941, in Martinique, with her husband Aimé Césaire and René Ménil, Suzanne Césaire founded the anti-colonial journal Tropique, in whose pages she published 7 pieces in which she developed what Claire Finberg-Deligiani calls the major contribution to ecological thinking among the journal's contributions. In her essay, The Great Camouflage, final piece in the journal's final issue, Césaire moves between sky and soil to delineate arrangements of horizontal and vertical, in which the colonial version of this pairing oppresses and ignores another ineradicable, composite, brilliant. Césaire starts in the clouds, flying over the Caribbean. Vertical transcendence, surveillance and domination, the crushingly ignorant view from above. Now is the moment to look out of the window, she writes. If there is a harvest maturing, now is the time to try to glimpse it, but in the prohibited military zones, the windows are closed. On the plains, they bring forth the disinfectants or the ozone, whatever. You will see nothing, nothing but the sea and the indistinct outline of lands. And as for the hummingbird women, tropical flower women, the women of 4 races and dozens of bloodlines, they are there no longer. The view from above sees nothing of the life on the surface below, an interlacing set of percolating lives, linked to each other or not, connected, disconnected, as we saw Serre write earlier, which of course is its power, grasping these lives as just what it sees, nothing of what they are, cutting down to parcel out that same surface, productively flattened at last. This negation is existential in the most direct sense, and it is also in its ignorance incomplete. The hummingbird women, tropical flower women, the women of 4 races and dozens of bloodlines, they are there no longer, writes Césaire, yet still they are there. Down there on the surface, interlacing horizontally across demarcations, these composite lives persist, orthogonal to the verticality of the eye in the sky and the monocultural cut. Towards the end of her essay, Césaire pairs this reconfiguration of colonial orthogonality with another, bringing her readers up close to this earthy surface. The companion to her hummingbird women is a peasant, leaning against the great mapu tree that shades an entire side of the mountain, looking toward the sunset to discern the next day's weather. This figure carries much of the vegetal indolence which, in another essay, characterizes for Césaire the ecological embeddedness and anti-productivist inactivity of the Martinican as plant human. Those are all Suzanne Césaire's terms. But here, this interlacing channels a force of revolt which spreads from within the earth's surface up into the peasant's body. Leaning against the tree, he feels rising within himself, through his bare toes dug firmly into the mud, a slow vegetal upthrust. The right angle here is that between the peasant's feet, planted in the soil, and his legs, through which this force flows into him. Right in the bend of his ankle, it is the arrangement through which the muddy surface of the earth sends its energies upwards, nourishing uprising. The peasant's gaze grows heavy with impatience, the same kind that stirs up the land of Martinique. His land that does not belong to him, yet is, however, his land. He knows that it is with them, the workers, that the land has a shared and common cause. The peasant is earthed, not rooted to the spot, but plugged into a vertical, vegetal, perhaps transformative upsurge. It is exhilarating to imagine on these tropical shores, finally restored to their inner truth, the long-lasting and fruitful harmony of humankind and soil, writes Césaire elsewhere. And this soil is not some bloody nativist homeland, but an ally, sharing its forces against common exploitation. As Jane Hiddleston writes, human and non-human both suffer and conspire to resist the brutal mismanagement that is the plantation regime. Césaire is a thinker not of union, but of admixture and solidarity. The foot in the earth is not fusional or nostalgic, but the orthogonal emergence of an alliance. Mud, foot, ankle, shin, right angle, corner, turning point of Césaire's repeated yet still they are there, yet is, however, his land. Hummingbird women, plant humans, earthed peasants, nodes within what Claire Finberg-Deligiani calls the horizontal network of relationality and reciprocity between all living and non-living entities, composite sites at which this relationality might surge into uprising. Don't look for a place, writes Serre, invent a new one. As a site of conjoint action, say, where X and Y meet not as origin, but as a new intersection. Found anew the metal of our metal, our cutting edge of steel, writes Césaire, our weird communions. A giant with an origin name, Antaeus only regains his strength by putting his foot back on the earth, which geometry has always measured, writes Serre. Foot and mud, sun, pyramid, sand, our body, for example, orthogonal alliances generating force and knowledge, mobilizable this way or that. The future of the square and the diagonal will be decided just as much on the sand in which we describe them as in the white sky of the forms, writes Serre. And here are two earths, the earth for the feet and the one for the powerful. To close, one more voice from Martinique, Edouard Glissant. The walker is again deciphering the beach. His energy is limitless, his withdrawal absolute. There is so much in the world to uncover that you can let him go the way he sees. But he will not leave you. The shadow he forms in the distance falls near you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, for that paper, which, among other things, I think added an additional inflection to the maritime shipping metaphors of the Northwest Passage present in both of the first papers. I'm going to suggest that Lilian comes up just to simplify passing of microphones. I'm going to try and move the video of the call back over here. Great. I'll get out of the way. I'll leave you guys with that little microphone and it's up to you. And are there any questions? Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much for those papers, which has been wonderful to have the chance of thinking about together. And it struck me that the emphasis, not surprisingly, given it's Serre and Latour, has been on the movement of transformation, the movement away from the idea of exact reproduction. But if you lose the idea of exact translation, in a sense, you lose the idea of translation altogether. And I'm wondering if you find in Serre or Latour or their conversations an interest in the opposite direction, the arduous and always expensive aspiration to literal, or as we call it, lossless translation. Anyone who can pick anything out of it.
Throw something, I'll throw something in brief. Something, and then people will know what they're talking about. I mean, I wonder if one thing that we're pointing to, Stephen, is in a sense of kind of axiomatic, furious phrase, but this is the one that has appeared in my mind, an axiomatic allergy to the idea of a kind of one-to-one scale. Yeah, that would perhaps be one of the things that is preemptively ruled out. Perhaps, I don't know, but I found that over the people who make that. It strikes me that is it's a parti pris. I mean, it's a lot. I like lossless. Yeah. One spends a lot of time in translation classes pretending that there is no such thing, because that's what makes it interesting. And yet, a technical translation of a technical manual.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking it's really a sort of an aspiration or a tendency. You might not want absolute zero, but you know what pull means.
Maybe a couple of things that came to my mind. I think one thing is that we maybe have treated like communication and translation a bit as like something that maps onto each other. It seems sometimes to me that maybe it's not exactly the same thing to communicate and to translate. Also because, a bit like this emphasis on kind of, I mean, I myself did that on noise and mistranslation and kind of that it keeps coming up. But yeah, maybe it's not exactly the same. And the problem of translation, I mean, translating words between languages, like written, spoken languages. This is, I mean, it comes up sometimes as well when Sect discusses, I think, the multiple meanings of tongue, or I don't know, pouring, or kind of, and then there's this etymological stuff. But no, I think I'm gonna keep that out. I think kind of that maybe doesn't lead to where I'm going. I think there is a sense of critical translation. You might not like that, but and it is again sort of more implicitly than explicitly discussed. And maybe the best example for this, I think, kind of in relation to the Northwest passage, but also to these translations of entropy, is kind of, there's so many translations that would be possible, kind of, for instance, from entropy as kind of, from thermodynamics information theory into social theory. There's like so many examples of societies entropic, or kind of the kind of entropic language applied to a very different field. And the question is, why does Serre choose this particular field, and who kind of, which is the path that what is the path that he's walking, and which translations does he not choose to take? I think this negative space is immensely interesting because it maybe tells us something about kind of this transition. Why is it that and not that? And I think kind of it has to do a lot with the very rigorous translation of scales. Because, for instance, I don't know, with like one of those examples, maybe also dissipative structures as kind of translated into social theory, as Hayek also did it to make a statement about the self-organization of markets. That for him for Serre might be a case of bad translation. Because it just takes one system and maps it onto the other without going through this bit like Anna saying where the rubber meets the road, sort of, okay, what are the steps in between?
I will add one thing, is that fundamentally this whole interest in translation is also linked to the project of accounting for the stabilization of meaning. So instead of assuming that there are stable contents, linguistic or otherwise, you have to account for the formation of relatively stable meanings. And so the way Latour deals with it is chains of associations, and the way people share certain linguistic usage, but also certain ways of referring to things and so on. And reference is built up, and in some contexts, the chains of associations or translations, as they are, will end up as a kind of a linguistic compromise, which can be straightened up into a convention, a linguistic convention, and everybody will agree, or many people will agree on the meaning of terms and making of dictionaries and so on. But this is a process. So the idea is this assumption and this idea of a relative stability or semantic core behind our linguistic usage is something you cannot take for granted. It has to be accounted to. And the way they want to account for it is through this notion of translation that doesn't presuppose a stable reference. And the way Serre deals with it is by starting not from the linguistic paradigm, but from the mathematical notion of equivalence or isomorphism, where you don't have to assume a stable core. It's the notion of invariance, as used in the theory of group theory and the theory of transformations of mathematics. The invariance emerged from the various ways you can project certain patterns or structures into, in different media. Retaining certain invariants, which kind of are revealed by the way you transform them. I guess that's the guiding item.
Bring the box to. It's strangely ambitious when you've got those, go
Yeah, I think David's question is directly related to Elie's brilliant use of the Lagaffe paper. I should mention that the Lagaffe paper was absolutely translated into English. It appeared in 1995 in a collection co-edited by two very eminent Heideggerian philosophers of technology, Andrew Feenberg and his colleague. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because in English, that is to say in American, the title of the paper is "A Door is Either Open or It is Shut." And what there is, as usual, a difference between the American and the French versions of the paper, as there is in almost all of Latour's and indeed Serre's oeuvre. In the American version, the text really, really wants to say something about science studies' obsession with replication. And I take it, this is clearly not the dominant context, but I take it, this is exactly the point that David is drawing our attention to, that a lot of the work that you've also expertly highlighted is always also concerned with the immense importance in STS, in science technology studies, of the relation between objectivity and replicability. And the claim that Anglophone STS made that replicability is an achievement, not a fact. There is a huge price to pay, and I think both Serre and Latour want us to remember that price. In other words, a similarity judgment is a judgment, and it carries with it exactly the risks and penalties that Bernadette talked about in her paper, because there is something infernal about that judgment, the insistence, finally, that these two things are the same when it's evident that they're not. And that seems to me to unlock the political economy in the Martinique case, which has been evoked so brilliantly. The question, therefore, is how explicit, either in Latour or, which really interests me, in Serre, is the politics of that violence. I mean, I think we've been shown in all three cases that the politics is there and that one must attend to it. I mean the politics of the insistence on identity. But I would like to know how you, expert readers, think that politics actually plays out. Is it spelt out, or is it your ingenuity that's found it there?
It's two classes of people, two ways of relating to it.
Well, having, speaking as someone who's,
Please use the microphone.
I use this one, I haven't had a go at this. Excellent. Speaking as someone who's just spent quite a while with the English translation of the geometry book, one of the and who is a, you know, I'm a considerably less experienced and frequent reader of Serre than almost everybody else in the room, but one of the things that strikes me in a sense, and you know, reading him as a drop in you know, the ocean of everything else that I read, if you see what I mean. Yeah, so not reading loads of Serre, but reading that book amidst all sorts of other things is exactly in a way, and I think there's a lot in this. I'm sure you're absolutely right in all sorts of ways, because it is also a performance of a mode of commitment, a mode of intellectual commitment. One of the things that struck me throughout that book is that precisely how light is the touch with which the political especially is indicated, and not, you know, there's nothing elusive or coy about it. It's, you know, when it's there, it's perfectly straightforwardly there and explicitly there, but it's also relatively brief. Actually briefer, the connections to the political dimension are briefer than the connections to the dimension of law, which are much more extensively worked through, I think. But that the relative brevity of that invocation is was for me unusual. You know, thinking stylistically or compositionally, in the sort of run of what I tend to read, that relative brevity was itself unusual. And there is, and I'm not competent to unpack it, but there clearly is something performative in that, and performative in not in the kind of judgmental sense. Yeah, but there is an ethos be adopted in that dosage, if you like. But I you know, hand over now to people who've actually read this stuff properly.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I can just add, I think, I mean, for me, it's also a huge question. And there was, my PhD was on Serre's concepts of limits, borders, and boundaries. And kind of, I mean, yeah, it was kind of the big question of kind of in what sense is like a politics and kind of law implicated in thinking boundaries, kind of as these sort of maybe abstract translators, different forms get translated, and what kind of politics do they come with? And yeah, I think kind of I can just really add, because the very specific politics are very brief and often also very metaphorical. Also, when kind of Serre writes about anarchism, for instance, it's more a reflection on the word anarchism. And I was also kind of really interested in sort of him as a legalist thinker rather than a political thinker in this narrow sense of, if you want to divide it a bit, politics, sort of also a space for antagonism, for conflict, for maybe also realpolitik, and then sort of thinking about law and contract as maybe like either another way of doing politics or kind of another sphere. It seemed to me stronger here. Maybe that's debatable, but kind of it was more the essence for me. And yeah, I mean, also just with the Northwest Passage, there's a little bit of an absence of kind of folding this landscape as like a kind of a passage between the humanities and the sciences, and also kind of thinking about eyes, and also thinking about kind of remote sensing in the region, but not thinking about the people who live there, for instance, because it's not an empty landscape. Exactly. So it's yeah, I think that's not that. Yeah, there seems to be a little bit. It seems brief.
I would simply add on the chapter of Serre and politics. I mean, if we were to tackle this huge issue, it's difficult. But I would certainly, it would be absolutely necessary to include the books which don't look like very much involved with politics, but Détachement and Statut, where there's a theory of this kind of disruptive power of disinterestment, capacity to be indifferent to what's around you. And I think it's a very strong, deep political statement if you put it in perspective. And there's this, particularly in Detachment, this apologue of Diogenes and the monarch, Alexander, casting its shadow on the ground. I was thinking of this listening to you. And, you know, remove yourself, what's the formula? Remove yourself from my son.
Yeah.
And the idea that you could effectively interrupt the power game, refuse to play that game, even with the monarch, especially with the monarch. And I don't know, there's something to be worked out from these two books, which again, to come back to Latour, Serre, I'd probably those books, I mean, Statut, we're told by Latour, was one of his favorite books. Why is that? It's not entirely obvious to me, because it's also one of those books which are, in a sense, most foreign to what I take to be Latour's general drive or orientation, because there's this sense of kind of assuming the dark side of the object, the capacity of things to fold themselves, you know, within themselves, to retreat and to collapse into that kind of very dark place where you don't want to look into, but which is there. And it's not only because of the sacrifice and all the themes inherited from René Girard. It's something that has to do with this capacity of we human beings to disconnect in a radical way. I'm interested in that because I think it has a political potential, maybe along the lines of a certain interpretation of anarchism, probably. And it's very different from the Serre, the more famous contrat naturel, Serre, philosophy of law and contract. I don't know how to name it. It's philosophy of disconnection or disruption.
Interruption.
The Diogenes example, sorry, just briefly, sorry. The Diogenes example speaks back to that question of translation again, and to the third mode, I think, if I remember rightly, the sort of that mode of complete break.
Yeah.
Just no. Yeah.
Not interested.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just bounce up. In one sense, that's exactly, again, the kind of thing that Latour almost always refuses, until, I think, we get to, I mean, refuses as a position that he might himself, in any sense, adopt or embrace or sympathize with, until facing Gaia. And that's what he goes to Carl Schmitt for, because he sees, because that's enmity at that point. I mean, it's not in the Diogenes example, but what that becomes in where it finds its way into Latour is the polemical différent in that sense. The kind of actually, it's a door is either shut or it's open. Again, it is, you're in this camp or that camp, and that link to a break, and that itself then as a break in translatability. We do not speak the same language.
Yeah. If
Yeah.
I may follow up on that, I think that we go back to the issue of solitude that you raised in the beginning of the afternoon. Solitude is not just the kind of persecution in Serre. It's also an aspiration to disconnection and to it's the Diogenes complex, I would say, facing all the polemics in the political struggle around. And in that respect, I think there is a major difference with Latour. Maybe we will tackle that tomorrow in the session about style. Latour needs followers. He takes his reader by the hand and he's always addressing reader, and he really wants to embark followers, whereas Serre kept saying, I don't want to have followers. I don't want to have a research school. And he really imposed on that not to present ourselves as his students, as his followers. It's only after his death that I dare confess that I was his student.
One more question, I'll bring the box around too.
Yeah, it's disconnection.
Great. I really enjoyed that. Thank you so much. And Bernadette, your question has made me want to share some of my thoughts and perhaps get to a question somewhere. I think one of you said that Bruno Latour relied much more on kind of fixed concepts of space and time than Serre. And I wasn't sure I agreed with that. I mean, particularly because Latour has written so much about the incommensurability of scales, of models, and of terms across different concepts of time and space and differently conceived space-time relations. So that was one point. But what you were getting to there with the translation, and Bernadette, your point interested me, because you say that Latour wanted followers, and I always think he is a kind of, in a way, although he was religious, he was a kind of secular preacher of sorts. But Serre attends to this kind of, a vision for a universal education program, which I think is quite compelling and which we can learn a lot from and use in different useful ways. But I would say that Latour is the more, in a way, public-facing one of the two of them, whose work is more translatable or readily translatable. And so in teaching, if we're going to use either of them, whether it's Serre's explicit kind of universal education program or something in Latour, I mean, there is always going to be that issue of translation as well, right? Do you not think? And whether it's translating into new terms and metaphors and dynamic images, whether you locate them inside minds or outside minds. And the other thing I wanted to say, actually, which I think is quite important, is that I think Serre is not an anthropologist or an archaeologist. And any kind of knowledge he has about ethnography and archaeology is very, I'd say it's, you know, we can date it quite precisely. I think someone mentioned Dumézil earlier, and yeah, that's quite apparent in his thought. But that, you know, I don't think he ever engaged as much as Latour with Lévi-Strauss, for instance. And that's a big difference between the two of them. And even the archaeological understandings that Serre has, they're quite limited. And I think we need to recognize that a bit more explicitly. Thank you.
Yeah, can start to think.
You have a mic in front of you.
Okay, thank you for your question. I mean, we briefly talked about this earlier. I think kind of with geometry, maybe Martin can say more about it, but with geometry, it's maybe also particularly interesting, his book, in the context of other French thinkers of this generation, which kind of who have identified geometrical thinking with one way of thinking, which is violent and exclusionary and all these things. So Serre, I mean, he's been writing this book for a long, long time, as far as I know. He working out this like kind of multiple history, and it can also be criticized from various points, but I think it is a quite original contribution in this field. But it's not, I mean, it has nothing to do with field work or something like this in this case, because it's a like longue durée of geometry. Yeah, maybe that. And to this other point of like spaces and Latour and Serre in comparison, I think kind of it was more about the network, and it has maybe to do with the kind of operationability that I mean, this when Latour uses this work of Thomas Saraceno from the Venice Biennale from a couple of years ago, kind of something that has been kind of can be read in this is that sort of it is in the end in this meta space. It's not kind of this space sort of that is inhabited by different objects and subjects and quasi-objects, but sort of this meta space of translation is a bit telling for this, for an understanding of connection that can be made throughout. And Serre seems to kind of more emphasize that kind of you forge a passage between spaces that are maybe not connected beforehand. But that's more kind of the meta level of like how to think and how to conceptualize the network as a metaphor. I think that was a bit the point. Maybe you don't agree with it, but yeah.
I'm thinking ahead. I guess Serre didn't necessarily have the notion of multilateralism, whereas, you know, so Bruno and Latour may come back to there, but I think, you know, he's always playing. He's also, it's his conception of planetarity is one of multinaturalisms, whereas Serre didn't have that. But then I don't think Serre had the ethnographic experience that Latour had either. Just a very real, you know, some direct embodied experience of very different ways of life. And